So do you know which hearing you're gonna do first?
We'll find out.
Oh.
See who all of the.
You know, clue yet? Okay.
Okay, so there it is. It's working. Listen, you gonna be on TV today?
Oh, no.
meetings, we'll continue to have that there.
Okay. We are on the record in cause number F21-49255, Salva State of Texas versus Thomas Paredes Alvarado, and the offense is intoxication manslaughter with a vehicle. So, Mr. Paredes Alvarado, is that your name?
Yes,
Okay. And we are proceeding with your open hearing today, or open hearing in regard to this office. You understand that?
yes,
All right. So at this time, let me swear in the interpreter. You so solemnly swear or affirm to interpret from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you please give us your full name and your certificate number?
Yes, sir. Jorge Leiva, that's Jorge, last name Ley, V as in Victor, A, master license 341.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so I have paperwork in front of me, Mr. Paredes Alvarado, that indicates that you do not want to have a trial in this case. Is that how you want to proceed? You do not want to have a jury trial?
Usted no quiere un juicio con un jurado. ¿Usted no quiere ir a un juicio con un jurado? No.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that you want to plead guilty to this offense.
Yes,
However, you want to have the court assess the punishment.
yes,
All right. And with this case, you will have a limited right to appeal.
yes,
And also, I know your lawyer has already talked to you about this, that if you are not a citizen of the United States, then pleading guilty to this offense may have immigration consequences.
yes,
All right. So at this time, counsel, will you be waiving formal reading of the state's indictment and arraignment of your client during the plea on his behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive the reading of the indictment, enter a plea guilty as set forth in the indictment, short of the deadly weapon allegation.
I'm sorry, short of the,
Deadly weapon allegation.
oh,
And just so you'll understand, Mr. Perez Alvarado, what this means is the state of Texas has filed a motion striking some language. The court has signed that motion, so you will be pleading guilty to the intox manslaughter case. However, the language of the deadly weapon has been struck.
yes,
All right. So counsel, your lawyer has pled guilty on your behalf. Is that your plea?
yes,
And are you doing that freely and voluntarily?
yes.
Thank you. And at this time, Mr. Anagnostis, is there anything that the state would offer other than my testimony?
Yes, Judge, State would offer State Exhibit 1, the defendant signed judicial confession and stipulation of evidence.
No objection?
All right, State Exhibit number 1 will be admitted, and the court will take judicial notice that the Michael Morgan Act has been successfully complied with, as well as if there was any Brady information that it was delivered to defense counsel. Is there anything further from the state?
Yes, Judge, prior to calling my first witness, I would just also like the record to reflect that in this case, there is a probation, a PSI, as well as an ATRS evaluation. I think that have been made available to the court as well. And aside from that, the state's ready to call the first witness.
Okay, all right, I was just trying to see, it was not attached to the plea papers, but I can get them. All right, thank you. Y'all may be seated. State, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Trooper Hernandez.
All right, do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, you may be seated. And you are welcome to testify with or without your mask, whatever your comfort level is, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Trooper Hernandez.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself and state and spell your first and last name for the court report?
My name is Emmanuel Hernandez. First name Emmanuel. Last name Hernandez, Hernandez.
And Trooper Hernandez, who do you work for?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Okay, and how long have you worked for the Texas Department of Public Safety?
Approximately 5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Duties and responsibilities as an officer for the DPS are what?
Highway safety, traffic enforcement, crash investigations, DWI.
And the types of, I guess, your training and background that allows you to serve that role is what?
My background is state trooper.
Do you go through some training prior to becoming a state trooper?
Yes, sir. Field sobriety training, toxicology training, just a lot.
Okay, life-saving measures as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if someone calls for help, you might be someone who would respond to that location if they are in what area?
I mainly work the tollway, anywhere around that area, anywhere I'm close to.
And so do you frequently respond to traffic accidents,
Yes, sir.
traffic fatalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On June 14th of 2021, at about 11:50, did you respond out to North Tollway around Spring Valley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The information that you had from dispatch prior to arriving at that location was what?
The 3-vehicle crash blocking all lanes of traffic.
Okay, that's the total information you had. You didn't know what type of accident you might see upon arrival. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you do arrive at that location, I guess quickly, what did you observe?
I did observe all lanes of traffic blocked. I observed pedestrians walking around the tollway. I also observed someone walking up to me.
Okay. And were you directed towards a blue Ford Explorer?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Who directed you to that vehicle?
It was an off-duty officer who was working the construction zone.
Okay. And would you describe, I guess, as kind of an intense situation when you were approached by that off-duty officer?
Yes, sir. I was preparing myself with my traffic safety vest on to initiate the investigation. He ran up to me frantically saying, "Hey, there's a gentleman in the vehicle. He is unresponsive." And I immediately made my way to that vehicle.
And you ran towards that blue Ford Explorer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point, did you have any details of what happened in the accident, or are you just responding because someone says, "Hey, this person needs help"?
Correct. Just they told me he needs help, and my job was to help that person and try to save their life.
And you've now been doing this for 5 years. Have you arrived to this type of situation where you arrived to a traffic accident and someone's unresponsive?
This was actually my first one.
But some of the training you go through is to be able to perform in this type of situation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you do arrive to the vehicle, do you see a Hispanic male who is unresponsive in the driver's seat of that blue Ford Explorer?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you just kind of walk us through to the judge and explain what you see and what you subsequently do to try to save his life?
Yes, sir. I ran up to that SUV, see the driver's seat leaning all the way back. I see the Hispanic male laying in that driver's seat. There was also a leading off-duty nurse who was attending to his care. She stated he had a pulse. Pulled him out of the vehicle, laid him down on the flat ground, and began administering CPR.
And while you're administering CPR, do you have any type of pulse or response?
No, sir, I waited a few seconds to see if I saw his stomach rise or fall, and I did not see any.
Now, there are multiple people who are assisting you while you're trying to save, as you now know, Mr. Villatoro's life.
Yes, sir.
At some point, do you stop doing that and fire rescue or others attend to Mr. Villatoro, and you now look for some of what happened in this accident?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some information as to who the driver was, another vehicle you learned was involved in this crash?
Yes, sir. The vehicle who actually caused the wreck was on the right side of the roadway. Tollway, using their cameras, led me to the driver who was walking away from the scene.
So at this point, there was a multi-vehicle crash. You believe, based on information from the tollway and videos, the vehicle responsible, and now you're telling us the person who was driving that vehicle was walking away from the scene?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I guess, tell us about that.
Walked up to the truck who the tollway stated caused the crash. They were able to run that video and tell me, hey, that's the truck that struck that vehicle and pushed into the attenuated truck. Walked up to that truck, there was nobody in it. Looked around for a little bit, wasn't able to find anybody, and the tollway directed me to a gentleman who was walking down the entrance ramp, and was later approached by another trooper who arrived on scene to assist me with the crash.
Is there a way for you to estimate the distance from where the crash occurred and where the driver of the vehicle that caused the accident was?
It was roughly about 200 to 300 feet behind where the crash was.
And 300 feet, is that like 100 yards?
Give or take, yes.
Oh, okay. Was that odd to you that someone who caused a crash was walking away?
It was, yes, sir.
At some point, you do make contact with that individual, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you able to identify him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was his name?
Tomas Paredes Alvarado.
Okay. And do you see that same person who was walking away from his vehicle in the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you identify him by an article of his clothing?
He is wearing Dallas County inmate clothing.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay, the record will so reflect.
Now, Trooper Hernandez, does the defendant stop when you approach him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he talk to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Quickly, when you begin having a conversation, do you make any observations that are relevant for the purposes of why you're out there?
Yes, sir. I noticed his shirt was wet. I also smell the odor of alcoholic beverage coming from his breath.
And so, I guess being a trooper and having information that there was an accident, so at this point you believe his life is in jeopardy, and you smell alcohol on someone walking away from the traffic scene. What's going on in your mind?
In my mind, I believe that alcohol played a factor in the crash, and as a state trooper, I'm trained to detect indicators of intoxication.
At some point, do you ask the defendant if he has an ID?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Does he tell you where it is, or if he has one?
Yes, sir. He stated his ID or passport was in the truck he was driving.
So do you go to the truck, or do you have another officer or trooper out there assist you and go to the truck to confirm that ID?
I initially approached that vehicle and opened the door to that vehicle and looked at the passport or ID.
Okay. Did you find it?
I did not know, sir.
Okay. What type of observations, did you make when you went to that vehicle?
When I opened the vehicle door, I smelled the odor of alcoholic beverage coming from that vehicle. I also observed liquid everywhere, the windows, dashboard, it spilled everywhere.
At a point further along, did you find open containers of beer in the back of the truck as well as on the highway?
Yes, sir.
Did you then go back and speak with the defendant?
I did, yes, sir.
Did he tell you where he was driving and what happened?
He stated he was coming from a park. He was playing soccer with some friends.
Did you ask if he had been drinking?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He did admit to drinking at the soccer field he was playing.
Did he tell you the amount of alcohol he had been drinking?
I do believe it was six beers.
6 Bud Lights?
Yes, sir.
So with this information now that you have, is your role then to perform an investigation as to whether this defendant was driving while intoxicated?
Yes, sir.
So walk us through how you then perform that type of investigation.
I stood in front of my vehicle, my patrol car, where the camera was pointing at both of us. I administered the standardized field sobriety test, HGN, got 66 clues. After that, we proceeded to the walk and turn, at which point Mr. Wadalo refused to perform those tests. I went ahead and still explained to him, he still refused to complete them. We moved to the one leg stand. He refused those as well. I performed those as well for him, he refused.
Did you also ask if he would provide a sample and a portable breath test?
Yes, sir.
And did he agree to do that?
No, sir, he refused.
Based on your investigation of the reason for the crash, your observations and the defendant's admission to drinking 6 Bud Lights, what was the next step forward?
Based on my training experience, I determined he lost the normal use of his mental and physical faculties, and I placed him under arrest for the intoxication of his life.
And would he have been transported where?
Dallas County Jail, after refusing to provide a voluntary blood specimen.
And so if someone refuses to provide a sample, what do you then do?
You have to obtain a signed warrant by the judge authorizing the specimen to be taken from the defendant. Then the defendant is transported to the hospital, which would be Parkland Hospital, to get a specimen taken with the search warrant.
And was that done here in this case?
Yes, sir.
In addition to investigating the intoxication aspect, was there an investigation into the cause of the accident?
Yes, sir, there was.
Did a fellow trooper do actually a crash report to go back and review video, but also document the cause of this crash?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. Would then I call them crime scene photographs, but would photographs be taken of the location of all vehicles involved in this crash?
Yes, sir.
And you referred multiple times to, video from the tollway.
Yes.
Did you obtain a copy of the video which did capture the crash in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
In addition, you walked us through what you did. Were you wearing a body camera that night?
Yes, sir, I was.
Would what you explained to the court and the actions you took to save Mr. Villatoro's life, would that be captured on that body camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
Sir, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Hernandez, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 and 3. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, sir, I did.
We actually reviewed the video footage yesterday, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you told the court that there's video from the tollway, is that right?
Correct.
And State Exhibit number 2 reflect that video footage.
Yes, sir.
And then, as well as your body camera captured your actions and observations from that night, is that accurately reflected on State Exhibit number 3?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 4 through 10, do you recognize these as still photographs from your body camera?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 11 through 47, told the court that photographs were taken from the scene that night. Do you recognize these as the photographs from the scene?
Yes, sir, I do.
State Exhibit 48, do you recognize this as the crash report conducted?
Yes, sir, I do.
You told the court that a search warrant was obtained for the defendant, the sample of the defendant's blood. Do you recognize State Exhibit 49?
Yes, sir.
Is that the search warrant you applied for and was signed off by a judge?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the result of that, are you aware of what the defendant's alcohol concentration level was that night?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you State Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, is that the lab report for the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, State would offer State Exhibit 2, 3, 4 through 10, 11 through 47, 48, 49, and 50. For all purposes,
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 2 through 50 will be admitted. Well, let me stop, let me see. Yes,
that's correct.
State's Exhibit 2 through 50 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish?
You may?
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to publish State Exhibit number 2. Trooper Hernandez, the video from the tollway, there's multiple different clips. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to play State Exhibit 2, clip number 3 first. And can you see that screen?
Yes, sir.
Trooper, is the screen next to you not working?
It's not on,
No.
Judge.
Okay.
I can see it.
Okay. First, Trooper Hernandez, where at tollway are we seeing here?
That is roughly at the Dallas Toy Alpha 635 area.
And do we see the defendant's truck traveling at this location at 11:51?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be straddling 2 lanes?
Yes, sir.
Apologize for the
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, if counsel for the state could just point out to the judge which vehicle was the defendant's.
Oh, I was able to figure it out.
You are?
Yeah, well, when, council said straddling and we played, I saw that vehicle.
Okay, good, Judge.
And I paused this clip, number 4, at 23:51:44, but if you can see where my cursor is that the defendant's truck, the Trooper Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it appear to be in more than one lane?
Yes, sir.
And further up here towards the back right, what is going on the tollway that night?
There are construction workers building that retaining wall down the center.
You see here at 23:51:46, now the defendant's vehicle is now in the middle lane. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now clip number 8. If you look here at 11:51, you see the truck traveling. Does it appear to have his brake lights activated? And Trooper Hernandez, I'm going to play this again, but at any point, do you see the defendant's truck light up, or the brake lights light up on the defendant's truck prior to striking the vehicle in front of him?
No, sir.
Does it appear that the other vehicles are able to identify the traffic zone, apply their brakes, and safely stop?
Yes, sir.
So if you look again at the defendant's truck, here. If you look here at the top right, you can see when people apply, other vehicles apply the brakes. Here's the defendant's truck. Moving from the far right side of the lane to the far left, never hitting the brakes. Is that right?
Correct.
From this video, we see ultimately the defendant's truck on the right side of the tollway. What happens to the vehicle that is struck without any braking? What happens with that vehicle?
The vehicle he struck is pushed forward to the left, and it strikes one of those construction attenuator trucks to prevent the workers from being injured.
You told us that you did have body camera on that night. Just permission to publish State Exhibit 3.
You may.
Fast forward for the record to 6:18.
Sir, I can't hear you.
I was fast forwarding State Exhibit number 3 to 6:18 in the video. And Trooper Hernandez, just to explain, your body camera is on when you were driving to the location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pause at 7:15. Drew, you told us that upon your arrival, you had a conversation or you were approached by an off-duty officer and informed that there was an unconscious individual who was driving that blue Ford Explorer. Is that what we just saw here?
Yes, sir.
Does he have clothes? Yeah. You have one? Okay. Let's get him out, lay him out on the ground. Hey, you hear me? Hey. Wake up. You may keep that pup off. What's that? You may keep it off.
Do you want to see another one? License plate for Tom King 7588 RP, really not local, I think. There's that Stillbridge Apartments RP was following them, she might be possibly, I know that there was a gun, they shot something in their car. RP are teasing to stop following, turn to the left on Gosman. Okay, I'm about that's the result. Let's walk off for a body.
Down 6 the other bridge go around. So we're going to do something roadway down that. Everybody take the Spring Valley exit. Nobody comes past the Spring Valley exit anymore.
Shot something in her car today, just down the street.
down there at 6:35. Who was driving that truck? I don't know who was driving. I just came up here to close the range.
And as I have it paused at 12 minutes and 59 seconds, at some point after performing CPR for quite a bit of time, we just heard you say, who's driving that truck? Are you referring to the black truck that's on the side of the highway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The black Toyota pickup?
Yes, sir.
And there's not anyone by that vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. At some point then, soon after this, do you receive information that about 200, 300 feet away from the defendant's truck, he is found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he walking towards the crash or back turn, walking away?
He's walking away from the crash.
I'm driving that truck. Where's he at? No, he's not. He knows it now. Camry that is just at the gas station, he's moving quick. He might have the driver of that other truck. I believe he might be going downtown on the parkway. Stand by 22. ¿Estaba manejando usted? La troca blanca. Negra, la que está aquí en el lado derecho. No vi ni que choqué. ¿Qué pasó, sir? ¿Qué tiene? No vi ni que choqué. Alguien choqué, no me vi. ¿No?
And Trooper here at 1443, is this the defendant who you previously identified in court?
Yes, sir.
And that's Tomas Paredes Alvarado.
Correct.
He's wearing a gray shirt, but you see here in this video as you described, what do you believe that is?
The alcoholic beverage that's still in the truck.
Richardson, ¿de dónde viene? ¿De qué lugar? Ok, ¿qué andaba haciendo en el parque? Ok, ¿le duele el pecho? ¿Sí? Ok, vamos para acá para adelante para que lo miren el paramédico. ¿En qué carril iba usted, sir? Aquí. ¿En el derecho? Ya no vi. Ok, ¿y la camioneta qué? ¿En qué carril estaba? ¿Este? Ok. Ok, vamos a pararnos ahí enfrente de la camioneta mía. Yeah, this is the driver. Yeah, okay, thank you. Acá enfrente. ¿Para dónde iba usted? ¿Dónde? ¿Río Mío? Okay. ¿Tiene licencia? ¿Matrícula? ¿Dónde está la matrícula? ¿En su camioneta agarró la puerta? ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde es su camioneta? ¿Dónde es su camioneta? ¿En una cartera? ¿En su chamarra? ¿Dónde está su chamarra? Ok. Párese aquí enfrente, no se mueve de aquí, ahorita no lo agarro, ¿ok?
1642. What is this vehicle we see here?
That is a black Toyota Tundra.
And who is driving that?
Mr. Arvado.
Okay, sir. You want to go try to find his ID from the deck in the front seat? Smell a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know if it's, yeah, it's all over the truck. Just put that on there. Okay, sir. Quiero que sean otro conmigo. ¿Cómo se llama usted? Tomás, ¿Tomás qué? Paredes. Paredes. ¿Cuánto ha tenido de tomar ahora? ¿Cuánto ha bebido? 6 cervezas. ¿O a qué horas empezó de tomar?
Trooper, were you able to hear on the video the answer? Let me start over. I apologize. What question did you just ask?
I asked him how much he had to drink.
Okay. And what did he respond?
Said he had 6 beers.
¿Por qué no empezó a tomar? A las 8. ¿Y venía de jugar fútbol? ¿De dónde está el parque? ¿Cómo se llama el parque? Ok. ¿Y qué? ¿Estaba tomando cervezas? ¿Qué estaba tomando? ¿Una cerveza? ¿Qué tipo de cerveza? Bud Light. Ok. ¿Qué tan grandes estaban los Bud Light? ¿Chiquitas cuántas estaban? ¿Como 6? ¿6? ¿Dijo usted? Ok. ¿Y a qué horas dejó de tomar? Ok. So, le voy a checar los ojos porque quiero asegurarme que usted está bien para estar manejando. Ok. So, lo que quiero que haga es que voltee para este lado. Ok. A ver si con los pies juntos y manos al lado. Ok. Y vamos a hacer más.
And Trooper, here about 1928, is this when you begin to administer the standardized field sobriety test that you told us about?
Yes, sir.
And at any point, is the defendant aggressive, rude, in any way towards you?
No, sir.
Is he respectful?
Yes, sir.
Okay. However, does he participate in the horizontal gaze nystagmus?
Yes, sir.
And the amount of clues that you did observe during that test was what?
6 of 6.
Okay. And is that consistent with intoxication?
Yes, sir.
And you told us here, but would be captured on this video as well, would be you instructing the defendant in regards to the walk and turn and the one leg stand.
Yes, sir.
And although refusing, is the defendant polite and respectful when doing so?
Yes, sir.
And at the conclusion of your attempts to conclude your standardized field sobriety test and the portable breath test, do you then place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, anything disrespectful or aggressive or violent?
No, sir.
And Judge, that's going to conclude the video. I do have some crime scene photos, though, I do plan on publishing next.
Would you like the
Sure, that's okay. here, looking at state exhibit number 11, what do we see here?
That's the scene of the crash.
Okay. If I zoom in, is that the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And looking here in the center, underneath the green sign, what do we see there?
That's the victim's vehicle.
And looking here at state exhibit 15, is this a closer view of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And looking here at state exhibit 16, is this the victim's vehicle as a result of being struck by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And state exhibit 18, based on your investigation and reviewing the video, once Mr. Villatore's vehicle was struck by the defendant at that rate of speed without any braking, the vehicle ultimately hits what?
The attenuator truck.
Okay. And here in state exhibit 18, is that what we see?
Yes, sir.
And state exhibit 22, is that captured here as well?
Yes, sir.
And looking in state exhibit 23, when you arrived, do you recall whether Mr. Villatoro was wearing his seatbelt?
He was not wearing his seatbelt.
Okay. Do you know the individuals who did attend to Mr. Villatoro prior to your arrival? Is it possible that they unbuckled him?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether or not that happened?
No, sir.
How would you describe the condition of Mr. Villatoro's vehicle? Looking here at state exhibit 24.
It was in pretty bad condition on the outside. As far as the interior of the vehicle, it was pretty intact.
Looking here at state exhibit 26. That shows just the speed of that impact and the crash and the damages done to that vehicle. And state exhibit 27, another view of Mr. Villatoro's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 29, whose vehicle is that?
That is the victim's vehicle.
And the victim was struck by the defendant at what location? Or I guess where in the vehicle was the victim struck?
The back portion of the vehicle.
And this would reflect state exhibit 29, the damages done by that.
Yes, sir.
And state exhibit 31, is that the defendant's vehicle, the front of that truck?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 32, the defendant's vehicle,
Yes, sir.
same vehicle that the defendant was walking away from when you were arriving?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 37, what do we see here?
Beer cans.
See some Bud Light?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant admitted to drinking beer, is that right?
Correct.
You had told us you believe, or do you believe he was drinking or there were open containers in the truck while he was driving?
Yes, sir.
And that belief or opinion is based on what?
Based on the odor and the liquid that was in the interior of the vehicle.
Exhibit 39, along the roadway where the accident occurred, do you also see some other, there's a Coke, but is that another Bud Light can?
Yes, sir.
If I zoom in here, say Exhibit 40, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And looking at, say, Exhibit 44, can you tell what that looks like?
A cooler?
Now we're just to zoom in here on State Exhibit 45. Is that same cooler that you just identified?
Yes, sir.
And alongside that is what you can see here at the bottom.
Another beer can. Yes, sir.
Trooper. State Exhibit 40A, you told us that a crash investigation was done. If I'm just going to zoom in here. Looking at this diagram here, can you kind of explain to the court what we see here?
So at the very bottom in the middle, that's going to be the victim's SUV and the pickup truck occupied Mr. Alvarado. Shows him striking the rear of the victim's truck or vehicle and pushing him into the attenuator truck that's further up there at the top of it.
And so if I were to just, where my pen is, Unit 2, and then there's Unit 1, is that right?
Correct.
And Unit 2 would be Mr. Villatoro, the victim, and Unit 1 would be the defendant,
Yes.
right? And based on that video, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Villatoro, when struck, did the defendant hit the brakes at all?
No, sir.
And based on that, Mr. Villatoro's vehicle was moved forward and ultimately collided with the attenuator truck.
Yes, sir.
And Unit 1, the defendant's vehicle, was then left here on the side of the toll.
Correct.
You told the court that you did apply for a search warrant when the defendant would not consent to a blood draw. Looking at State Exhibit 50, the result of that, can you tell us what that was?
0.148.
And the legal limit for driving is what?
0.08.
Just, I think you can go ahead and turn the lights on if that's okay. Precious witness.
You may.
And as I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 52, your resident autopsy was performed on Mr. Villatoro.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you State Exhibit 52. Is that what you see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and coinciding with that, State Exhibit 53, photograph from the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
And State Exhibit 51, are these the medical records from the hospital where Mr. Villatoro was taken?
Yes, sir.
Here at this time, State would offer State Exhibit 51, 52, and 53.
No objection, Your Honor?
State's Exhibits 51, 52, and 53 will be admitted.
Judge, if I may, rather than publish, I'll just hand these. And Trooper Hernandez, just a few more questions. I'm sorry. Your opinion at the scene, based on the driving observations of the video, the observations of the odor of the defendant, his admission to drinking, did you have an opinion as to whether the defendant was driving while intoxicated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that opinion?
I believe alcohol played a factor in the crash.
And was that opinion corroborated by ultimately the lab report where it showed an alcohol level of 0.14?
Yes, sir.
And we pass the witness.
Thank you. Trooper Hernandez, I only have a few questions for you. The conditions on the tollway on the night of June 14th, 2021, they were good, were they not?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point in the tollway, without construction, are there 4 lanes of traffic normally?
It's 3 lanes in that particular section, 3 lanes, but then you have the merging lane from the Spring Valley. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's 3 lanes plus a merging lane. I think we even saw an exit lane, is that right? Or was that the merging lane?
That's the merging lane, it ends further up ahead.
Now, there was some pretty severe construction going on that night in that location, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, all of that traffic was being funneled into 1 lane, correct?
Yes, sir, it was fun.
So it's kind of an inherently dangerous situation when you're funneling 3 lanes with a merging lane into 1. Would you agree with me?
Sure, yes, sir.
Counsel for the state said that, let me rephrase. I think you testified that you found Mr. Paredes 200 to 300 feet away, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How long after the accident occurred, I couldn't really tell from the video, was it from when the accident occurred to where you found Mr. Paredes 200 or 300 feet away?
I don't know the exact time, sir.
10 minutes or so?
Give or take, yes, sir.
Okay. So if he was trying to make a run for it, he didn't get very far in 10 minutes, did he?
No, sir.
And you didn't charge him with evading or arrested detention?
No, sir, I did not.
And it's not your opinion that he was trying to escape the location, is it?
No, sir.
In fact, this was an extremely violent collision, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that you said this was your first investigation or arriving on scene first when someone had passed away, is that correct?
Performing life-saving, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Since then, it's been a couple of years, you've been involved in some other crash investigations, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir.
And anything of that kind of level of violent impact?
No, sir.
Okay. Even in accidents where the impact was less violent, do you find oftentimes that the drivers and the passengers can be confused and disoriented?
Yes, sir.
And that could explain why Mr. Paredes was 200 to 300 feet away?
Yes, sir.
Also, regarding the field sobriety test that you administered or attempted to administer, isn't it true that someone who's been involved in that type of high-impact, volatile accident would be less likely to be able to complete those walk and turn and one leg stand tests anyway?
It varies from person to person.
And it's possible that Mr. Paredes could have had a concussion, right?
Possibly.
And so those tests, even had he done them, wouldn't have really told you much, would they?
Yes, sir. Based on my training and what they try to look for, it showed me indicators of what I'm trying to look for, regardless of the concussion or not.
You had already made up your mind to arrest him for being intoxicated, even without those tests, correct?
No, sir.
Well, you arrested him without the tests.
I arrested him after I performed the horizontal gaze nystagmus, which gave me 66. So it was,
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you'd already made up your mind to arrest him regardless of what the outcome of the other tests were going to be.
correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So in that aspect, they're meaningless.
No, sir. It corroborates with the entire investigation. It's part of the standardized field sobriety test.
Okay. So it could have corroborated your decision that you've already made to arrest him.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. But it wouldn't have changed the fact whether or not he'd have been arrested.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many other accidents have happened at that location because of the way those lanes come together?
No, sir.
It's pretty frequent though, isn't it?
I honestly can't say yes or no.
Okay. The video that we watched, you said that it showed Mr. Paredes kind of in between lanes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that wouldn't be that uncommon either when lanes are coming together and people are forced to move from one lane to the other, isn't that right?
Well, the lane from where he got on from, which if I remember correctly, was 635. That lane had been shut down since before 635 from where he merged on.
Okay.
So it was a one lane for quite a bit before he got on.
Okay. The video seems to show that prior to the impact, Mr. Paredes was traveling at approximately the rate of speed of the other cars on the tollway. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't excessive speed, is that right?
No, sir.
Do you recall what speed it was estimated was the impact, at impact that Mr. Paredes' vehicle was traveling?
No, sir.
A lot of the damage that was caused to the front of Mr. Villatoro's car was caused by him hitting that attenuator truck, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if airbags deployed in either of the vehicles?
I do not recall.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Any more questions, Mr. Anastas?
No, Judge.
May this witness step down?
No objection from the state.
No objection.
You may step down and may be released as well.
Thank you.
You are released. Thank you.
Judge, state would call Kimberly Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, come up. Thank you. Good morning. It's still morning, Ms. Roberts. Good morning. You can have a seat for me. Will you please raise your right hand? You so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, and you are free to testify with or without your mask, whatever your level of confidence.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Mr. Anastas?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Roberts.
Morning.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell both for the court reporter, please?
My name is Kimberly Roberts, Kimberly Roberts.
And Ms. Roberts, you're here in support of Jose Villatoro, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell the court a little bit about Mr. Villatoro and your relationship with him?
Yes, if you don't mind, I refer to him as David. I've known him for 20 years, and although I understand his first name is really Jose, we always knew him as David, his middle name. I know him in two capacities really, as his employer and colleague of 20 years, but obviously 20 years as his friend. He worked for International Building Service, for which I'm the president, since March of 2001. Initially, he was a supervisor for us at one location where we provide nighttime janitorial services. After a couple of years, we offered him a much elevated position because he was so fabulous, and he became an area manager for us, overseeing the work we do at night at many buildings. It was in that capacity that he would be on the road in the evenings, crews clean buildings from approximately 6 o'clock until 2 in the morning sometimes, and he would visit different locations to check on work that came up that day, or any special projects we had. Prior to that, he would come to the office every day as one of our 12 managers of office with us, and he would meet with the day personnel who had visited our clients and discuss what was going on, and we all became very close. But his role was to be out in the field in the evening, which is what he was doing at the time of the crash, visiting our business locations. He is very skilled at his job, not just in the procedures of our industry, which is more technical than people presume the cleaning business to be. He was a skilled operator of machinery, knowledgeable about chemicals and procedures, but also, particularly for our situation, he was very knowledgeable of our existing accounts. He knew the key procedures we have hundreds of buildings. He knew the key procedures. He knew the people. He knew how the management liked things done. He knew the cleaners. That is something that takes many years to learn.
Mr. Berlatoro was a great employee of yours.
He was a fabulous employee. He was a huge loss to us from a business point of view. He was remarkably reliable and skilled and extremely well liked. For somebody who was overseeing so many people, he was very popular with all our crews, which was evidenced at his funeral, when so many of our associates came. I'm talking too much, but on the video, it shows that when he died, he was wearing the shirts I have on today, and a bunch of my colleagues are here today wearing the same ones. I think at the funeral, maybe 40 of us did so. He was a manager. Nobody has to wear our uniform shirt. He liked it. He regularly spoke about how he enjoyed his job. He particularly liked his white shirts. And he was extremely well thought of, both for the skill and the training he gave, and because he was a gentleman and a kind and thoughtful supervisor.
Karen, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Yeah, Ms. Roberts talked about your other colleagues. Due to COVID and safety, there are many other people here in support of Mr. Berlatoro in his life, and they are outside the courtroom.
Yes, and all the top managers from our company or his colleagues. We would have way more people here if we could, but unfortunately, the nature of our business is that we work until 3 or 4 in the morning, and for them to be here at 9 this morning is a little bit difficult, but they all send messages of support.
And I'm showing you an exhibit, it's marked as Exhibit 60.
That's his desk in our office, and there's one of our white shirts because, he liked it, and we have some candles lit, we bought some flowers. This is a nice prayer, and this is a picture of him. Actually, if I may comment on the picture, that's particularly funny because my son took it. He took it for a class in school, and David and I were the only ones in the office late one evening. I had to pick up my son from school, and my son asked him, "Would you mind if I take your picture?"
I'm gonna admit this photo to evidence, and we'll publish it and talk about it a little bit more, okay? Here at this time, say that offer City Exhibit 60 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibit number 60 will be admitted.
State Exhibit 60. Ms. Roberts, this is Mr. Berlatoro's desk.
Yes.
You talked about the white shirt. We see that here. Is that what we see here in this photograph?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Yes, it is.
And talked about the meeting and the meaning of this photograph we see here and the significance. This is Mr. Toro here in this photograph.
Yes.
Um,
He's actually sitting in our owner's office, and it was taken one evening quite late after, I think probably 7 o'clock. Everybody in our office had gone home. David and I were often the last ones there because, I'm catching up with paperwork. And David, along with our other night managers, would be getting ready to go out into the field to visit accounts. David was nearly always last, and as an interesting thing to refer to what a gentleman he was, he would never leave me in the office on my own. I agree we office an industrial area, but even if I would try to insist that he move on and lock the door behind him, he would find some excuse that he'd forgotten something he needed from the warehouse, and he would never ever leave me there.
and great employee, but a better person.
Absolutely. We lost a fabulous, really good man. He was a close friend to all of us in the office. We all knew his family, his young children, and my son is similar age. I have pictures of them together at the ballpark, at bowling, at pool parties. He loved us to have company events where all our children get together, and husbands and wives. He was very sociable. He was extremely proud of his family and talked about them all the time. His young granddaughter, which he now has two, he would love to talk about his home and that he and his wife enjoyed and how he liked to plant flowers. I have some other colleagues, managers in our office that he would share gardening tips with, and they love to talk about that.
And Ms. Roberts, you mentioned his love for his family. That family is here in the courtroom today as well,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely, yes.
And one last thing, you talked about the love for, he was respected at work and loved his job. The night that his life was taken by the defendant, he was en route he was working, right?
Yes, he had almost completed the evening's duties, I believe. He was on his way to the last place that he would needed to go. And so, yes, he was driving for us. He was in the crash. He would then probably have gone home occasionally, returned to the office, but typically and then send in a night report.
Ms. Roberts, thank you for being here. Judge, no further questions.
Any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. May Ms. Roberts step down, please?
No objection from the state judge.
You may step down, thank you.
State will call Sonia Castillo.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can testify with or without your mask, whatever you're comfortable with, okay? Mr. Anastas, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Castillo, I know this is a tough morning for you and your family, right?
And Mr. Anastas, can you get Ms. Castillo to tell us her whole name for my court reporter? It's okay.
I apologize, Judge. Ms. Castillo, before we get started, can you state your first and last name and spell both for the court reporter?
Yes, Sonia Castillo, SONIACILLO,
Castillo, the day that you're being here, you and your family are here today for, that's very, very difficult for you, is that right?
That's correct.
You've been in the court this morning, and saw some things that you talked about before, that you had never seen, right?
That's correct.
And you're here, representing your father, Mr. Villatoro, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the judge a little bit about your father?
Yes. Like you said, I dreaded this day. I'm here to speak on behalf of him and my mom, because I know my mom, she can't. That was her honey for 38 years. But before he got married, he was living in El Salvador. He was probably like 16, 17 years old. And his parents gave him a one-way ticket to come to here to the United States to better himself and to have a better life. And he came by himself. He didn't have anybody. He didn't have a mom, a dad, or anything. It was just him. It was just him. And then he started working at a warehouse, and at that warehouse, he met my mother. And they got together, and they got married, and then I was the firstborn child. I've known my dad in his 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. He was a happy person around family and friends. He was an amazing grandpa. Now that I have my 5-year-old daughter, all I have are flashbacks of my father and me going to the beach together, going to the zoo, having ice cream together. It plays in my head all the time when I see her. My son, who's here today, he's 16. He got to enjoy him a little bit more than my daughter did. My daughter was 4 years old when my dad passed away. And like I said, he was an amazing grandpa. My daughter loved him. My dad came to this country for a change, to better himself and to provide for his family. And he did that. But my dad was a strict person. He wanted things done the right way all the time. Not the shortcut way, not the wrong way, the right way. His one most proudest moment was when he became a U.S. citizen. That was his biggest accomplishment to him, coming to this country and doing everything the right way. I remember it like it was yesterday when me and my mom were together. My siblings weren't born yet. But my dad, he's like, hey, I finally did it. I took the test, I passed. I'm gonna be a U.S. citizen today. I remember him putting his white dressed up shirt with the tie. And then I still remember him coming home with a little American flag. He said, I did it. I did it. And he had a certificate. And we were so proud of what he did. And like I said, he's always done things the right way. So knowing that he didn't have any family members here, it was hard. So he had my aunts help him with attorneys and lawyers and everything to bring his brother over here to be with him. They would tell him, hey, just bring him over here illegally, he'll get here quicker. And my dad was like, no, that's not how we do things. We do it the right way. We say when they tell you you come, you come. And that's what they did. He waited 10 years for his brother to come to this country legally. And unfortunately, he's not here. It's too much for him to bear. But like I said, my dad was straight. That was like his little, I mean, it was like his son. It wasn't like a brother he brought. It was like his son. And he also brought his sister-in-law and my cousin who's here. And that was like my dad's daughter as well. I'm sorry, I'm going off. Another thing that my dad always promised, and he kept his promise till the day he died, was that he was always going to keep in contact with his parents in El Salvador. To this day, I spoke to my grandma yesterday, and she told me to be strong today for him, and I'm trying. My dad contacted his parents every weekend, every weekday, every milestone, every new birthday, everything that he accomplished, he would call his parents even though they weren't next to him. This didn't affect my mom only, it affected also his family in El Salvador because he was financially taking care of my mother and also his parents in El Salvador. This is impacting everybody. My dad's main goal was to enjoy life with my mom and retire. His goal was to go back to El Salvador, which he would send money so he can fix things. Because when I would go, which I was like 4 years old, he would take me with him and we would travel a lot alone together. And he would show me, hey, this is where I come from. I come from nothing. Just so you know it's hard. And I know, and that's why I admired him all my life. Because he did. When his parents, the house they have in El Salvador, it was like nothing. There was no light, no water, nothing. And then a few weeks before he passed, he was showing me pictures of everything. There was plumbing, toilets, everything. He did everything. He was ready for that to be his retirement home. And he would travel with mom, and that was his goal, to travel there, spend their summers, and then come back. And I know my mom was looking forward to that because 3 weeks before my dad died, my mom stopped working because my dad told her, honey, I got us now. We're good. I don't have any debt. Bills are paid. Everything's good. You can quit your job. And that's what she did. She quit her job. 3 weeks before my dad was killed, my mom quit her job. Before that, they wouldn't even see each other because they worked so much. If it was like one day out of the week, maybe like a Friday on a day off or a Saturday, they would hardly see each other. And I think that hurt the most. But I'm glad my mom was able to take those 3 weeks off and enjoy him. And I knew he was happy because I even told my husband one day when I would go see my mom, I was happy too because I got to have brunch with her and do things that I could do during the day with her. And I would go visit them, and that day I was like, it was like close to the time where he was, the last time that I saw him. where he always liked to listen to music. He had a hammock in there. And my mom said he wants to buy his table for it, and we did it, we went. And then I believe it was it was June 3rd, and it was a Thursday. It was a work day for him. That was the last day I saw my father. June 3rd. And I can remember that day like it was just yesterday. He was sitting in the hammock. I had brought my daughter over, who was 4. She was excited to bring her Barbie car. And they were sitting there throwing the car back and forth. She loved her papa. And he was so caught up in that moment. He jumped from the hammock and was like, oh my God, I gotta go to work. And he got up, he kissed Sophia, and he did his normal routine. He went in the room, put his white polo shirt on. And then he said, bye. He said, bye. And not knowing, if I would have known that was the last time, I would have held him a little.
Your Honor, State would offer State Exhibit 54, 56 through 59, and 61 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor?
And that is 54 through 56.
54, 56 through 59, and 61.
All right. State exhibits 54 through 56, 59, and 61 will be it.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, I don't think, it's not 54 to 55, is it? You said
54, 55, 56, 59, and 61.
So 55
Judge,
minutes?
no.
I didn't think so.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
Yeah.
It's State Exhibit 54. I am
Okay.
not admitting State Exhibit 55.
Okay?
State Exhibit 56 through 59.
Oh,
State Exhibit 60 is already admitted into evidence.
yes.
And so additionally, State Exhibit 61.
So, State Exhibit 54 will be admitted, and then Exhibits 56 through 59 will be admitted, as well as State Exhibit 61.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay.
And so again, I know it's hard, and I'm sorry. I like the court to look at State Exhibit 61 and have you tell us about it.
There was a time when we were out at the mall or something, I don't remember, but I remember they were attached to the hip. Wherever Dad went, she would go. And I was like, let's take a picture. He loved taking pictures. Maybe that's where I get it from. But yeah, that's Mom.
You also gave me this photo here, State Exhibit 59.
That's the certificate of becoming an American.
And you told us the way he lived his life the right way. This was very significant to your father. Is that
It
right?
was. He was very proud of that.
He was also very proud of you and your family and your children. Is that right?
Yes, he was.
As well as his wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And State Exhibit 54. What do we see here?
That's my little girl.
And your father loves you.
And that was his baby. That was his first baby girl. And then his first was my son. But yeah, she had him wrapped around her little.
And State Exhibit 56. What's going on here?
That was a beach trip, a trip to the beach. And I didn't go with them, but he took my son. And that's one place that was like his vacation, was the Ramon Beach. That was his escape from everything, from work and any worry. that made him happy all the time.
And then, do you agree he was kind of the rock, the foundation that made sure everyone in the family was okay?
Yes,
And you told us about how your father and your mother were looking forward to retirement. Is that right?
that's correct. Like I said, she had stopped working for 3 weeks before he was killed. 3 weeks. And I don't know. He was the happiest, like I said, like I would go to my husband and I would tell him, my dad's so happy. He's so happy, and I'm like, why not? I mean, he's get to have his wife at home. You know.
This aspect of life that he had been working since 16 or 17 to be able to enjoy with his family ultimately was taken away because someone chose to drink and drive while intoxicated. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, you know, I know it's very difficult for you and your family to be here, but beyond yourself, your mother and other members of your family are here, as well as a considerable amount of people who are outside watching this hearing as well. Is that right?
Yes, there was way many people, and unfortunately they weren't allowed in here, but our surprise came whenever it was his viewing and the funeral. We were over capacity. There was the amount of people that poured in. People were standing outside. That came to show how much he did for people. Me and my mom were looking at each other like, who are they? And then they would come over and just say, I'm sorry. He did this for me. If it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had this business that I have. And he was an amazing friend to all of them. So that day came to show who he really was, because I never seen that many people around him. It hurt. It hurt a lot.
Well, we're all very sorry for your loss, and Judge, I don't have any further questions. We'll pass the witness.
Counsel, you have a question?
No, I have no questions for the witness, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Mr. Thielen, you may step down. Thank you so much. And at this time, Mr. Abernathy, we've been going for a while. I'm gonna take about a 20-minute break to allow everyone to just kind of stretch their legs. And we'll return here at, I guess that'll be 12:35.
And just for planning, I do intend to rest when we get back from break.
Okay, well, would you like to do that now, and then we can just go straight into defense?
Sure. Your Honor, at this time, the state will rest.
All right, thank you. And so the state having rested their case, when we return from our break, we will go into defense counsel's punishment case.
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. So we will be in recess. Thank you.
Do you know what time you'd like us back?
12:35.
12:35?
I think we can have the rest of it, but that right there. And if you go to the red door, follow the red door, I think the rest of it. Deacon, can you? Myra dropped her stuff off, but, can you get, Mr. Traylor for me?
Okay.
Because I believe your client is, there's Ms. No. Hey,
Yeah, she's right here.
There she is, I see her, thank you. That goes with Keita. Thank you.
Are you going to be around tomorrow for us?
I will. I'm gonna have a hearing, in the morning, we have a court reporter first thing in the morning, so I can't say tomorrow, and y'all trying to.
I'm not.
I know you're here.
I've been here since 8:30.
And so, we've been trying,
I will need it in there, yeah.
get mine in tomorrow morning.
Okay, I just go to the website on.
Will you be around this afternoon at all?
Yeah, I guess it's depending on how late. I can't get mine early, so we didn't get that. So we were cleaning all of it, so I don't know what.
Yeah,
They're back there, we try to figure stuff out.
It's not. I mean, it's not you, Judge.
I know you're trying to,
I mean, she keeps saying she's coming. She's on her way. I just saw her walking to another court.
do you know who the prosecutor was? Was it Ms. Lewis? Or was it Aubrey? I don't know.
It was Aubrey.
Hey, Aubrey, can y'all come over here for me real quick? Yes. Yes.
You handling the man? Yeah. Tell it, leave you did. No, I'll take care of something.
Yeah, it was last week, week was, so a week ago, she had the days in jail. And then she came back on Monday.
Chief, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, I told her that too.
And so she needs some time to, you know, her kids situated. We'll just follow the conditions of the law. That's what allows me to do that.
I think that's probably gonna be the best. For her.
I told her she's a personal sister. I know she said she tried to go well. She said that part-time.
You need a docket sheet, Judge? Sorry, you need something?
I'll be back if she can,
So, I'm thinking she's already on probation, so I'm thinking you could just modify her to it. Does that make sense? Yeah, that way you don't have to do that. But I mean, even with the docket sheet, I guess docket sheet, so Sherelle will have it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll just modify that and then she'll just sign up for the modification. So we can find out from the ladies how we're going to make that happen. Deputy White, I got a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone else can put her in touch with you and they have this. So you want to check that first before I read the number?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. No, you want to come on up for me? Y'all come on. Good morning, Ms. No. You get them boys taken care of as best you could?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm trying to see, and he's my lawyer, and everything should have been laid out on the table. Okay, and I know you're gonna lock me up, but if he would have said that I was gonna go to a rehab, or if I had the chance to go, I would have went to a methadone clinic to get medicine, or go to Parkland to get help, because they help you with heroin use at Parkland. And then I wouldn't have to use until a spot opened up for me. I don't want to go into jail. I do not like it. And I'm not a bad person.
I know. And here's the deal, Ms. No, and like we talked about on Tuesday when you came in, the issue is even if he would have laid everything out for you last week, there is no way that we could have taken you straight from the court to any kind of facility.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
I could have went to the hospital to get help and wait there with medicine. They helped me with
But I would
medicine.
tell you, even with that, I could not have, you then could not have went to, even if you went to the hospital first and then came back here, you're still gonna have to go because they will not, you can't walk up to any facility and knock on the door and say, hey, the judge ordered me to come here. So
No.
Yeah, so even if we would have done it your way, so what you're saying is you would have wanted to go to Parkland first and then come and go into custody?
No, when the spot opened up, I would go to Parkland and get medicine for the heroin withdrawals. They didn't help me. I was throwing up and I had poop on myself. I'm telling you, that's not the kind of help I
So
was.
you know what, I think I can help you. So because I have a specialty court, what I can do is let me get the people who I know in the jail. I will make sure that I get the right people and the right persons in place, because you're right. If you need help to overcome that addiction, I need to make sure that the staff knows that, and I can get people in place to make sure that that happens for them. Because I think you're right, it was a lack of communication, I don't know what they did. But if you give me the opportunity to now, that I know what the situation is, I'll either contact the jail or I'll find out from my bailiff who it is that I need to talk to make, because they have that situation in place now, okay? Because you know Parkland is over there. But you're right, maybe they weren't listening to you, but you know what? Sometimes I gotta listen to a person that got this, okay?
And the first time, I was already went through the withdrawals that I was going through. And they gave me medicine for the diarrhea, the vomiting, and blood pressure. That didn't help. That doesn't help heroin withdrawal. I'm sorry.
No, and you know what, you're teaching me, and I will tell you, I don't know what Parkland's practices are over there, but what I can promise you and guarantee you, that I will get on the phone with, or I will send an email and have the persons that I know that can make some things happen over there, I will talk to them today, okay? And at least now we'll put it on everybody's radar, this is specific withdrawal you're going through. You're right, this is different than cocaine, this is different than meth. This is different.
And not only that, if everything was communicated right, I would have took it to where I wouldn't have to go back to jail in the first place. I would have did the 2 years outpatient, got my methadone, because when you take methadone, you don't have cravings. I would have went and did all of that I was supposed to, just to avoid going back in there.
But, the one thing that me and you agreed to, is gonna let me hopefully help you on my way, okay?
How
But
many
here's the other plus of it. by going this route, Ms. No, by going this route, what did I promise you? That once you successfully complete that program, you can come back to me and I will see what I can do, and I'm telling you, I will let you off probation early. Okay? That way you don't even have to go through the full 2 years first. All right? But I want to give you that best start. I appreciate you coming in asking me.
I'm trying.
I know, but here's the other thing, as you told me on Tuesday, you're tired. And I want to take that weight off of you, okay? I know that you don't like the way it's happening, but I guarantee you, if you let me get you those tools and resources, I'll be waiting for you when you get out, okay? I'll be waiting for you.
How many
If
days?
anything that I can do to help to make sure that you complete this probation successfully, I'm gonna do it. When I told you to come back, as I sit here waiting on you,
And I've been trying to show you that. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to run.
I know, you're not. And what will, like I said, once you complete that program, you come back here and say, Judge, I successfully completed it. And we'll see what we can do for me to get you off this probation early. So that's all I need is you to get these resources and tools, okay? All right, Ms. No, we're gonna do this together, okay?
How many days do you think that I would have to wait?
I'm not sure, but what I wanna do is I will talk to the people in the jail. You need to have a seat?
Yes.
Okay, can I let Ms. Know have a seat? I'll use my outside.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So what I will do, Ms. No, is I will find out, I don't know what that wait time is, but what I do want to make sure is that whatever assistance you need to help with those withdrawals, if they have a program over there, let's get that going for you, okay?
Please.
Because I want you to be able to have the best start. I need you to have a best start.
I'm there. I feel like I was dying. I was throwing on the floor. I couldn't even get up. It was horrible.
Yeah. Let me get involved, okay? Let me get involved, because sometimes I could do a little bit more than even you're a lawyer going over there asking, okay? All right, so what's gonna happen is we're just gonna modify your probation, that's it. We're gonna modify it so that I can send you here and I can pay for it, all right? And here's the deal, while you're there, I'm gonna be here, so if you wanna send me a letter while you're there going, Judge, this is how good I'm doing. Look at the goodness that's happening. And then when you get out, let me see if we can get you off this probation early, okay?
Yes.
All right, so let me have some conversations to make sure that you're taken care of next door.
Yes, ma'am. I forgot how many days do you think?
I'll find out. I have to find out from probation, but more importantly, I need to find out if there's a program I can get you into in Park, okay? And once I find those things out, I can let your lawyer know. And if you're still down here, I'll let you know before you leave. But if not, I'll let your lawyer know, and he can communicate that with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And, my mother-in-law,
She's in the hall?
I'll let her know.
she's up there.
I'll let her know.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Is there anything you need from me on that one?
Okay.
I think we just have another case we need to pass. It's
I saw him skip line, just came through.
I was looking at her.
What do you got?
It's just one case. She said you have to because that was.
It's had, I think it's 18 passes, and there was an,
He has more comments.
So where?
There's been an offer out there, but I told his, I gotta just gotta make comments. He shows up randomly on dates that are not court dates.
Do you need any help with that?
I would love that.
You sure? Wow.
Yeah, right. I need to connect. That's it.
So, I mean, you tell me, I can help you do that, or?
Give me 1 second to try to find it, and I'll just figure it out. I will let you know. I'm gonna say this. If I don't have it done by that day, I'll let you know exactly.
So what I'm gonna do, so that it's, you know, defendant to appear in that session.
Okay, that's great.
So if he does not show, if the next setting, if you then we'll do something.
Then we're on the same page. Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
let me sign, did I already?
Mara, Adam, y'all.
Awesome. Thank you. I didn't talk to you.
So, I'm not gonna do this until your car can do
Okay, Judge.
Yes. Yes, I just, I know.
I guess when the interpreter, comes back, we'll get started. I saw everybody had a break but me, so I'm glad I had a break.
Judge, my first witness speaks English, and then my others are going to speak Spanish, so we're going to have to move the interpreter and, okay, just alert the court. Yep.
So can it, I just need to write on here that
Yes.
defendant's conditions of probation modified?
Yes, to Wilma. And I'll. So you got some of your best, I think, or something? She didn't see. That's what it was.
Tell me when you're ready. When the interpreter ready, you can let me know. You ready? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You just give me a quick second.
Okay.
says, yes.
My first one speaks.
Okay.
Okay, Judge. Okay. So we are back on the record in cause number FP1-49255, South State of Texas versus Thomas Perez Alvarado. And it's my understanding that the defense would like to now present testimony evidence during the punishment phase during their case in chief.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to start out by tendering the defense exhibits 1 through 27 to the state for their review letters in support of Mr. Paredes.
Yes, Judge, we talked about these and I reviewed them. There's no objection.
Move to admit, Judge.
Defense exhibits 1 through 27 will be admitted.
And Judge, with the permission of the court, rather than reading all of these letters, I would like to just read some portions of the letters that I have here to the court.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Judge. Is it okay if I sit?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, the first letter is from Isaac Alvarez Samaron. This is defense exhibit number 1. Mr. Samaron says in his letter that he is the son-in-law of Mr. Paredes. He says, I have known him, Mr. Paredes, for several years, and he's a very hard-working person. He never gets into trouble, and he's a peaceful person. I have never seen him be aggressive or violent in any manner. He is a very loved and respected person by many people in his community. I know he supports events organized by the community to help people in need. For example, when a person passes away or is diagnosed with a terminal illness or has a financial need, Tomas and his wife help the people in their need. And for these reasons, he is loved and respected. That's a portion of defense exhibit number 1. A portion of defense exhibit number 2. This is Sacramento Simon, who is a friend of Mr. Paredes. He says, I address everyone through this letter regarding my beloved friend, Mr. Tomas Paredes. He is an excellent friend from whom we have shared a lot of time playing soccer. He has a beautiful family, is a responsible human being, and has helped in activities for our community. I have known him for many years, and he is a good friend, very respectful, and friendly with everyone. This is a snippet from defense exhibit number 3. This is from a co-worker of Mr. Paredes, Moises Sanchez Hernandez. I would like to share in this letter that I met Mr. Tomas Paredes Alvarado at work 3 years ago. And I can say that he was a good person to work with. He's responsible and has a good attitude to all his co-workers. I've never seen him be disrespectful to anyone or any of his co-workers at work. Both his wife and daughter work there as well. I have witnessed how they would help and support each other. This is a snippet from Defense Exhibit 4. This is from Daisy Benito, who says that she is the friend of a daughter of Mr. Paredes. She said, his daughter and I have had a friendship of over 10 years. I've had the opportunity to share with the Paredes family on many occasions, and they always made me feel as I was part of the family. I can say that Mr. Tomas is a hard worker, and although he had to fulfill his work obligations, he still found ways to spend time with his family. He always supported his community. When a family or friend were going through rough times, he was supportive in events or found a way to help whoever was in need. This next one is a snippet from Defense Exhibit number 5, authored by Maria Amparo Araujo, who is a family friend. I attest that I've known Mr. Tomas Paredes Alvarado for more than 15 years, since the day I moved to the city of Dallas, Texas. Mr. Paredes is a family man and the principal provider of his family. I hope that the resolution takes place. Keeping in consideration, Mr. Paredes is a distinguished member of the community who is always willing to collaborate and support the different causes for the benefit of the community. Thank you for your attention, and God bless everyone. The next exhibit is from Defense Exhibit number 7. This is a lifelong friend, Anna Ramirez, who writes in part, Mr. Tomas Paredes is a person with very good intentions, a person who always helps others whenever needed. He is loved and respected by family and friends, and he has provided the same respect to public servants. He is a hard-working person and responsible with his family. I have known him for more than 30 years. I've known his parents, children, and all his family. The next is a snippet from Defense Exhibit number 9. This was authored by Orfanel Felipe Cervantes, who's also a 30-year friend of Mr. Paredes. He says that Mr. Thomas Paredes Alvarado is a good person, hardworking, and likes to help out other people. He is a highly respected and equally loved by our community. Judge, I have 27 of these letters that all basically say the same thing. I'm going to not go through any more of them at this point, but they will be available for the court to review. And at this point, the defense calls Brian Tomas Paredes Hernandez. And Judge, I would point out that these 27 letters are from folks that are not here today.
Okay, thank you. Can you please raise your right hand for me? You so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I couldn't hear you.
I do.
Okay, thank you. You are free to, you can put your hand down. You are free to testify with or without your mask, whatever you're comfortable with, okay? All right. And can you state your first and last name and spell it for my court?
My name is Brian Paredes, Bryan Paredes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Brian, or good afternoon, I guess now. How do you know this guy sitting next to me?
That's my father.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
21. Tell me a little bit about your dad. What was it like growing up in the household with Tomas leading the household?
He has always been very loyal, not only to our entire family, but his neighbors, his friends. If I needed advice, I would always go to him. He would always help me through anything, with whatever I needed, even at work.
Are you the baby of the family?
Yes, I am.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 5 sisters.
Okay. So there's 6 of you all together?
Yes.
Who's your mom?
Olivia Hernandez.
And I know this is an odd question, but are your mother and father the birth mother and father of you and all your siblings?
Yeah.
You know how long they've been married?
I think 35 years.
You and I talked a little bit. You told me about some stuff your dad did during the pandemic. Can you tell the court a little bit about what your dad did for the community during the pandemic?
So, when it first started, it was very hard for a lot of people. And what my father would do is gather a bundle of goodies, which would be like either beans, rice, bread, or canned goods. And he would go to people that needed it, and he would give that to them. It could be that or actual money that they could use for whatever they need. And so much more.
How many people do you think in the community that your dad helped that way during the pandemic?
It's hard to say, but it's probably more than 40, 50.
40 or 50 different people he would help out by giving food.
And that's including family, quite a bit.
Now, would he cook that food or would he just give him a raw bag of beans?
Sometimes he would cook. He would actually make a meal, or he had this little tournament of soccer. My mother and my father would cook up. It could be like beef or rice and beans. And we would go there for the players that are there. And
Did your dad work hard?
okay.
How many hours a week do you think your dad worked, just on average, as you grew up?
Probably 80 plus.
80 plus, 70? Do you know what he did?
Yeah, I used to work with him actually. We used to work at this restaurant. I still work there. And everybody in there loved him. And when he gets really busy, I would sometimes need help and my other coworkers. And even though my father was busy, he would go out of his way to help him out, catch them up.
Is that the kind of person your father is?
Yeah.
Why do you think he worked 70 or 80 hours a week?
Well, the main reason is to provide for our family. But given that he's such a kind-hearted and very serious man, he also provided for some families, some people, friends that we know.
So he would take money that was set aside for family use and give it to people that were less fortunate?
Yes, he would help them out.
Being the youngest and having 5 older sisters, I imagine it was hard getting attention one-on-one time with your dad, especially in light of him working 70 hours a week. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is fair, but somehow he would make time for each and every one of us.
Give me an example of how he would make time for you.
For me, I'd say, and picking me up from school, and sometimes helping with my homework, and sometimes just playing around. Like, we don't even have to go anywhere. We would just play in the backyard, whatever it might be, or walk around and talk.
You say he was a good dad?
Oh,
You love your mom?
yeah.
I want to ask you a question, Brian. The family and friends of Mr. Villatoro are sitting over here. What would you like to say to them?
That none of us would wish for this to happen. That we are extremely sorry for what happened, and that I hope that you find it in your heart to forgive us, to forgive my father. But I don't even know what to say.
You understand that what happened that night was your father's fault, right?
Yes.
And you understand that there are repercussions for that type of behavior, right?
Yes.
Would you like to ask the court for mercy on your father?
I would.
Say it in your own words.
Lord, I would like to ask for mercy for my father.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Anastas?
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Defense calls Teresa Paredes Hernandez. Yeah, and Judge, this is a Spanish speaker, so we'll be moving the court appointed interpreter.
Un momento, un momento. My Spanish is great. I went to law school in San Antonio.
Sounded pretty good.
Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. And you can testify with or without your mask, wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay, I want to take it off.
You may.
Okay. Teresa, could you tell the court reporter your name and spell it for her, please?
Sí, mi nombre es Teresa Paredes Hernández.
Yes, my name is Teresa Paredes Hernandez.
Teresa
Teresaparedes. Yes.
Thank you. Teresa, how do you know Mr. Paredes, sitting to my left?
El señor Paredes es mi padre.
Mr. Paredes is my father.
And which sibling are you from 1 to 6? If Brian was number 6, what number are you?
Si Brian es 6, y son 1 de 6, 1 de 6, ¿qué número eres?
Yo soy la tercera.
I'm the third one.
Are you married?
Sí, estoy casada.
Yes, I am married.
Do you have any grandkids? Or any kids, I'm sorry.
Sí, tengo un niño de 1 año y medio y tengo una niña de 3 meses casi ya.
Yes, I have a boy, a year and a half old, and also a baby girl, already 3 months old.
And Tomas is the grandfather, right?
Tomás es el abuelo.
Sí, él es el abuelito.
Yes, he is the granddaddy.
You guys seem to have a big family, is that fair to say?
Sí, somos una familia muy.
Yes, we are a family, a big family.
How many grandkids does Tomas and your mom have?
¿Cuántos nietos?
Ellos ya tienen 13 nietos y uno que viene en camino.
They already have 13 grandchildren and 1 is on the way.
What was it like growing up at home with your dad?
Crecer con ellos fue muy bonito porque nos enseñaron cómo trabajar para llevar una buena vida en este mundo. Para mí ellos.
And they were teaching us how to
ser buenas personas.
to become good people, prepare ourselves.
Y pues vivir de una manera bien.
And also to live in a good manner also.
Did you think it worked?
Sí, claro que sí.
Yes,
y
indeed,
lo
of
veo
course.
en mí y ahora como madre.
I see that in me now that I have become a mother.
To your knowledge, was your dad ever, before this incident, ever arrested or put in jail for anything?
No, nunca mi papá estuvo involucrado en ningún problema.
No, never. My dad never got involved in any situation like that.
Teresa, you heard me read some of these letters, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, I know I read them in English, but part of what I read talked about your father being a leader in the community and helping those in need.
Sí.
Yes.
You remember your dad doing things like that?
Sí, claro, yo eso lo he visto desde muy pequeña, que
I've seen
ellos
that ever since I was very small,
han ayudado a muchas gentes,
helping out lots of people.
no tanto como dar comida,
No, also like providing food, meals,
dinero,
money,
consejos como matrimonio.
advice to marriage advice.
Eso lo he visto y yo puedo decir
I see that and I can say that,
que ellos son un ejemplo en la comunidad.
that they are an example in the community.
Why would people in the community seek marriage advice from your mom and dad?
¿Por qué la gente en la comunidad buscaba consejos de parte de la comunidad?
Porque ellos, como lo digo, desde que yo tengo uso de razón, han trabajado duro.
Because, like I said, ever since I have been uso de razón, that ever since I know, since I was a child, that I know that working too hard.
Y ellos miraban eso en ellos y Y con 6 hijos, bueno, 5, ya después mi hermano más chiquito.
And then they will see that having 6 children, well, with brother, the little one,
Pues miraban que eran buenos padres y
they will see that they were being good father
que
parents,
nos dieron buena educación.
and they gave us a good education,
Y siempre los miraban trabajando
and they also saw them that they were workers.
y ellos se acercaban a ellos a pedir de su ayuda
So they would come to them asking them for advice and help.
para darles algo o para que ellos les dieran trabajo como empleados.
For them to give them something back, and then also, no, and for them to provide and seek help regarding to employment work.
Would you say your dad was a role model in the community?
Sí,
Yes.
What part of Dallas County do you guys live in, or did you live in growing up?
en el condado de Dallas.
In the county of Dallas.
Yeah.
Sí.
Sí, yo fui a la escuela aquí, la
Yes,
preparatoria.
I went to elementary school, preparatory school here in Dallas.
So I guess the question is, you and your family have been in Dallas here for a number of years, is that correct?
Sí,
Yes.
Tell me a little bit just about, like, what were celebrations like in your house, Christmas or birthdays?
sí, a mí en lo especial me gustaba celebrar juntos y prepararlo con mis hermanos.
Especially with me, but celebrate, I like that, celebrating with my sisters.
El día de Acción de Gracias.
Thanksgiving Day.
Ese día, bueno, tanto como Navidad y Año Nuevo, pero en la Acción de Gracias.
That day, like for example, Christmas, New Year's, but specifically more like a Thanksgiving Day.
Me gustaba mucho que nos reuniéramos todos
I
porque
enjoy and like for us to all get together.
somos una familia y ese momento lo aprovechamos para darle gracias a Dios de todo lo que nos proveía.
Because we are a family, and then we specifically that day just to give thanks to God that what the Lord would provide for us. Be thankful.
And would Tomas be there for that?
Sí, él estaba ahí.
Yes, he was there.
What's his personality like?
Mi papá es muy serio,
My father is a serious
pero
person,
es muy amoroso,
but he's very loving.
es muy consejero
He's good at giving advice.
y hoy puedo decir que es un buen abuelo para
And
mis
today
hijos.
I can say that he's a good grandfather for his grandchildren.
He has some grandchildren that he's never held, doesn't he?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
He has some grandchildren that he's never even held.
Entonces tiene nietos que todavía no pueden.
Sí.
Yes.
Now you understand we're here because of actions that your father took, correct?
Sí, yo lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand that.
And you understand that your father is responsible for what happened.
Sí, yo lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand that.
Para mí, yo puedo ver a
To me,
mi buen padre que siempre he visto,
I can see the good fathers that he has always been.
pero entiendo que es ser humano y todos cometemos
But I
errores.
do understand that he's a human being, and we all understand that. And we all make mistakes. Thank you.
Teresa, do you want to say something to the family of Mr. Villatoro and the people that are here in support of him?
Señora Teresa, ¿quiere decir algo?
Sí, sí, me gusta.
Yes, I would like to.
Please go ahead.
Sí, primero
Yes, first of
quiero
all,
pedirles de su perdón.
I would like to ask for their forgiveness.
Lo siento de mi corazón, el
I am
dolor
so sorry from
Yes.
inside within my
fue
heart.
ocasionado.
Everything that has been caused.
Tal vez mis palabras no son suficientes
Perhaps my words are not enough
para ustedes, pero
for you all.
han estado mis oraciones y he
you have all have been on my prayers,
y le he pedido a Dios por su perdón
and I have asked God for your forgiveness,
y que les dé fortaleza
and to give you all the strength
y les ayude todos los días de
and
su vida.
to help you all out every day
Por
of
favor,
your life, and to please
perdonen a mi padre,
forgive my father,
perdónenme a mí y a mi familia.
forgive me and my family.
Gracias.
That's it.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hernandez,
No question, Judge.
you may step in.
You know, the defense calls Cynthia Paredes Hernandez.
You raise your right hand for me. You so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can have a seat for me, and you're welcome to testify with or without your mask. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Cynthia, could you tell the court reporter your name and spell it for her, please?
Sí, mi nombre es Cintia Paredes.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Paredes.
Así es CINTHIA Paredes PAREDES.
Yes, C like cat. I-N, T like John, H-I-A-P-A-R-E-D-E-S.
Thank you, Cynthia. You're also a daughter of Tomas, is that right?
Yes, he is.
And where do you fit in the 6 kids? What number are you?
I am the second one.
You're the second one, okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Tengo 4 niñas
I have 4 girls.
de 9 años,
9 years old,
6,
6,
3
3,
y 1.
and 1.
Tell me about your dad as a grandpa.
Oh, he's a
Mis
great
niñas
grandfather.
lo quieren mucho.
The girls, they love me so much.
Como yo vivo con mis papás,
Since I'm staying
pues
with,
es
I
un
live
amor,
with my parents.
es un gran amor para ellas.
It is a great love for them, what they feel.
How does he find the time how did he find the time to spend time with your children?
Pues los días que descansaron el trabajo como una tarde,
One of the days that he was off, like for example, in one afternoon,
él no se sentía cansado, él
he would not feel
jugaba
tired.
con ellas,
He would play with
les
them,
chiflaba, como venían,
whistle at them.
la más chiquita era su cariño muy chiquito.
The
Es
little,
un chiflido,
the littlest one, it was more like just when he would whistle at her. See what you feel like it?
es un cariño que
It's
tiene
just some sort of
para las niñas.
term of endearment that he would use with the little girl.
When we talked earlier this week, you also told me about your dad helping out in the pandemic.
Sí.
Yes,
Cuando empezó la
when the
pandemia,
pandemic started,
y él se enteró que había personas
and he found out there were people that
necesitadas que
needed help,
conocía,
that he knew.
él no pensó y agarró de la cocina.
He would not think about it, he would just grab,
Agarró
he would just grab things out of the kitchen, from the pantry, and just like rice and beans and all that stuff, and gather everything.
todo
Yes.
pan,
Yes.
enlatado.
Bread, things in canned food.
Y sí, fueron con mi mamá a entregar.
And yes, indeed, he went along with my mother to give all that away.
Tell me about before the pandemic. How would your father reach out in the community before the pandemic?
Nuestra comunidad.
In our community,
Le llamamos kermeses, donde había una familia afectada y nosotros con muchas personas.
it was like a care kind of thing, like, messages and giving stuff to people, like people that were really in need.
Siempre estuvieron presentes en esta parte ayudando.
And my parents, they were always present there, helping out.
Con comida, agua fresca,
Food,
sodas, pesos dinero.
sodas, fresh water, money, yes.
Un apoyo para la persona.
Always supporting, trying to support these people.
Cynthia, tell me, how many bedrooms were in the house that you grew up in with your parents and brothers and sisters?
Excuse me?
How many bedrooms were in the house that you grew up in?
In Mexico, was only one. It was all together, just one room.
What about here in Dallas?
All like in Dallas.
Aquí tuvieron una casa de 5 camas
Here we have like a house with 5 bedrooms,
con un elefante.
with a big
Una
yard,
casa grande.
a big house, truly.
Deseaban para nosotros
They wish for us
en este país como
in this country
una mejor vida,
so
¿verdad?
that we could get a better life,
Que-
right?
que a pesar que mi papá
Even though my father
no tuvo papá,
did not have a father, his father,
él siempre
he always
quiso lo mejor para nosotros.
wanted the best for us.
Lo que él no pudo, lo que no tuvo,
Whatever he didn't have, just for us.
porque tuvo otro papá, ¿verdad?
Because he also had another father.
Y no tuvo la mejor vida que todo niño debe de tener.
And he didn't have the best life that every child should have.
No, sin embargo, él es un papá
However, he's a father,
amoroso.
loving.
Porque él se enseñó, pero
Even though he looks like he's
él
kind
siempre ha
of,
demostrado amor para nosotros.
even though he looks like a serious person, he has always shown love toward us.
What's in your dad's heart?
To me
O para mis hermanos,
and to
siempre
my
ha sido
siblings,
amor.
love, love.
Did your dad provide you a better life?
Su papá me proporcionó su-
Sí, así es.
Yes, it is.
Siempre trabajando, ¿verdad?
He's always been working,
Y aunque
right?
siempre trabajaba, siempre
Ah,
tuvo
bueno.
tiempo
Always so that
para
he was,
nosotros.
always so that he was working, trying to fit his time with us.
Is that how he was able to move from a one-room house in Mexico to a 5-bedroom house in Dallas?
Eso fue entonces como él fue capaz entonces de poder librarnos de un solo cuarto de México, una casa en su propia, una casa de 15 cuartos. It is
Cynthia, you know that your father's responsible for what happened to Mr. Villatoro, don't you?
Yes, it is
And with that in mind, is there anything that you would like to say to Mr. Villatoro's family and friends that love him sitting over here?
Sí,
Yes,
a la familia,
family,
y a todos.
Villatoro.
Perdón
I ask
por
forgiveness
haber ocasionado este gran dolor.
for having caused all this pain to the family. And I'm hoping that
Y espero en Dios que algún día perdone a mi padre
and I hope that God
y a mi
will
familia.
pardon and forgive my father and my family. Through God.
Thank you, Cynthia. I don't have any further questions for this
Any
one.
questions, Mr.
No
Hernandez?
questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Defense calls Edith Paredes Hernandez.
People, you raise your right hand for me. You so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may have a seat. You can testify with or without your mask.
I'm gonna take that off.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Edith.
Hello.
Could you please tell the court reporter in the court your name and spell it for them?
Mi nombre es Edith Paredes, es Edith, E-D-I-T-H. Paredes, P-A-R-E-D-E-S.
My name is Edith Paredes, E-D-I-T-H-E-A-R-E-D-E-S.
And Edith, you're also the daughter of Tomas, right?
Yes.
Which daughter are you? Where do you fit in the 6 kids?
Yo soy la primera. I am the first one.
We've heard some examples of how your dad has reached out to people in the community in their time of need.
Yes.
And the testimony in these 27 letters are proof of that.
Yes.
But can you tell me a different story than somebody else has told about how your father reached out?
Story. Like, what kind of story?
Give an example of how your dad helped somebody in need.
Mi papá
My father,
y mi mamá.
and my mother.
Mi papá siempre ha sido como
My father has always been like
ayudar a las personas.
wanting to help people, other people.
Es que es una comunidad donde así ayudan a diferentes tipos de personas con enfermedades.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask Simone something.
Es una comunidad
It is a community
donde ayudan a personas
where they help people out,
como si tienen
It's like-
cáncer,
like if they have cancer.
Se rompió un pie,
If someone breaks a leg,
necesita
Food.
para la vista,
someone makes something for the vision. eyes.
alguien está enfermo del corazón,
If someone is ill or sick with the heart or something like that, different things.
Edith, we talked about how busy your dad was. Your dad was pretty busy, wasn't he?
Mi papá siempre ha trabajado mucho
My father has always been working a lot.
desde que yo tengo uso de razón,
Ever since I know things,
desde que yo
as
tengo
long as I know that I have knowledge of myself,
trabaja mucho.
he works a lot.
Ha tenido 2 trabajos,
He has had 2 jobs,
en la mañana, en la
morning and afternoon.
tarde. A veces sale en la noche de trabajo.
Sometimes he gets out from work very late at night.
Sale muy temprano de la
He
casa
leaves the house very early
porque siempre ha proveído a mi mamá.
because he has always been providing for my mother.
Ahora que ya nos casamos todas,
And now that we all get married,
solo se quedó con ella.
she's the one that stayed with him.
And he stayed with her, didn't he?
Yes, se quedó con ella.
Sí.
Yes.
Edith, tell the court about a time where your father went out of his way to make sure you felt loved and felt special. Did you burn your arms once?
Sí.
Yes.
Cuando yo tenía 19 años,
When I was 19 years old,
yo tenía dos trabajos. Dos trabajos.
I had 2 jobs.
Porque éramos muchos, ¿verdad? Estaban pequeños todos.
Because both, well, everybody was very little.
Entonces yo tenía que ayudarlos.
So I had to help them out
Yo
too.
soy la mayor
I am the oldest one.
y yo me fui de un trabajo a otro.
And then I went from one job to the other one.
Y cuando llegué al trabajo,
When I got to that job,
era un 10 de mayo.
it was on May the 10th.
Yo trabajaba en un restaurante
I was working at a restaurant.
y ahí se terminaba a las 10 el trabajo.
And then the job ended up at about 10 at night.
Y tienes que guardar toda la comida
And you have
caliente.
to store everything, all the food that is hot.
Entonces yo guardé un caldo.
So I put into storage this hot soup,
Y me quemé los brazos.
and I burned my arms.
Y me mandaron al
And
hospital.
they sent me to the hospital.
Y mi papá llegó.
And my dad cried.
Y lo que me dijo,
And what he
gracias a
said,
Dios,
what he said to me is that, thank God,
tú estás bien.
you're doing fine.
No pasó nada grave.
Nothing serious happened.
Was it a special moment for you?
And this was the moment when we said,
Sí.
Yes.
Y tengo como recuerdos
and I remember,
de
I still
hace
remember
2 años,
2 years
3.
ago, 3.
Tengo muchos.
I have too many
Muy especial
that I remember things very special.
que él quería regresar un día a la playa
That he wanted to go back one day he would like to go back to the beach.
y nos fuimos a la playa.
And we ended up going to the beach.
Yo no sé cómo le hizo,
I don't know.
trabajaba mucho.
Huh?
Él trabajaba mucho.
I don't know how he did that, but he ended up going with me to see the water beach
Pero
because we worked too much.
fuimos un día de ida y vuelta.
One day we went, and one day we went 2 and we came back.
Y fue muy especial.
And it was very special.
Y este año fui con mis niños.
And this year we went with my children.
Mi niño de 10 años
The one that's 10 years old
dijo,
said,
esta vez no fuimos todos, mami.
this time we all went together, Mom.
Mi niña la más chiquita tiene 5 años.
My youngest one, she's 5 years old.
Y me preguntó,
She asked me,
¿por qué no viene mi abuelo?
how come Grandpa's not coming?
Y le digo,
And I said,
una mentira.
white lie.
Él está trabajando.
He's working
Porque ella no sabe dónde está.
because she does not know where
Pero
he's
cuando
at.
habla por teléfono,
Because where he's at, she doesn't know where he's at right now.
cuando habla por teléfono,
When
mi niña
my new girl talks over the phone,
siempre le dice,
always said to him,
manda muchos besos y muchos abrazos, abuelito.
I sent too many kisses, Grandpa,
Porque lo extraño mucho.
because she misses him.
But Edith, you understand that we're here because of a terrible choice that your father made, right?
Yes.
If you could say something to the family of Mr. Villatoro and the people that love and support him, what would that be?
Yes.
Que me perdone.
That, please forgive me.
Que por favor.
When she said forgiveness, she's using the word pardon. That's what she means. Okay.
Que por favor.
That you please,
Te suplico.
I beg you,
Perdonen a mi padre.
pardon me, forgive my father
Por Cristo.
for what he did.
Que Dios,
With God,
espero les dé consuelo.
I hope that God gives them the consolation.
Porque hay algo que nunca vamos a regresar. Hay algo que nunca se va a regresar.
Because there's something, there's someone that is not going to return back.
Eso lo sabemos.
That we know of.
Y eso nos afecta también a
And that
nosotros.
also have affected us too.
Por favor, perdón.
Please forgive us.
Thank you, Edith.
Muchas gracias, señora.
No more questions?
Mr. Hernandez?
There, Judge.
Just may I have just one brief moment?
Yes.
Un momento. Sí, sí.
Defense calls Jennifer Paredes Hernandez.
Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may have a seat.
Good afternoon, Jennifer.
And you're welcome to testify with or without your mask. You may proceed, counsel.
Jennifer, could you tell the judge and the court reporter your name and spell it, please?
Mi nombre es Jennifer Paredes.
My name is Jennifer Paredes.
Jennifer. Paredes. Paredes.
Jennifer Paredes. Jennifer. Paredes. Paredes. Paredes.
Thank you. Jennifer, we've heard a lot of your siblings testify,
Yes.
and I think we've established that your dad was a pretty good dad and a generous guy in the community.
Yes, of course, yes.
So unless you disagree with that, I'm going to move on to ask you about a specific instance.
Yes, that's fine.
Could you tell the judge who Jesus Rojas is?
Jesús Rojas
Jesus Rojas.
era porque falleció.
He was because he's deceased.
Falleció de cáncer. Era el mejor amigo de mi
Passed
papá.
away from cancer disease. He was the best, father's best friend.
What'd your father do for him?
Yo no recuerdo mucho a él como su amigo porque
I do remember him as him,
Cuando él
his
falleció
friend,
de
because
cáncer.
when he passed away from cancer,
a mi papá le afectó mucho su partida.
him passing away, that affected a lot to my father.
Él siempre iba a visitarlo cuando se enteró de que siempre se veían desde antes, pero cuando se enteró que tenía cáncer, siempre iba a visitarlo.
When he found out, well, even before then, they would visit each other, and he would visit them, but now that he found out later on that he had cancer,
Siempre iba a visitarlo y se reunían.
He would go over there and visit him, and they would meet together.
Y lo ayudó también económicamente.
And also he helped him out economically
Y también emocionalmente.
and also emotionally.
Yo creo que me imagino en mi mente que le daba consejos.
I believe in my mind that he was advising him, giving him advice
De su enfermedad. que
about
le
his
estaba
illness.
pasando.
It was serious.
Is your dad a good friend to people like that?
Sí, no solo él, también hay muchas otras personas que son amigos de él.
Yes, that also too, that other people that are his friends.
Jennifer, what would you like to say to the family of Mr. Villatoro and the friends that are here supporting him?
Yo les quisiera decir,
I would like to tell them,
yo sé que mis palabras
I do know that my words
no son
are
suficientes
not enough
para el dolor
for the pain
que hemos causado.
that we have caused.
Digo causado porque
I
siempre
said-
hemos sido una familia unida.
Caused because we have always been a family that has always together,
Y lo digo al nombre de mi padre y toda mi familia,
united. And I'm talking on behalf of my father and my family,
que nos perdonen,
that to forgive us,
que tengan misericordia y piedad de nosotros.
to have mercy and to feel and pity with us.
Mi papá cometió un gran error,
My father committed serious error.
nosotros lo sabemos,
We all know that,
pero
but
somos seres humanos
we are human beings,
y cometemos muchos errores.
and we all make mistakes.
Sé que
Maybe.
fue un error muy grande,
And I know that it was a big mistake.
que tal vez, pero yo creo en Dios
That
y le
perhaps.
pido a Dios
I asked God,
que les dé lo necesario para
beg
poder llevar ese dolor
the Lord to carry on in to ease the pain,
que nos perdonen de todo corazón.
to pardon, forgive us with all your heart.
Perdonen a mi padre,
Forgive my father.
Thank you, Jennifer. No further questions, Jen?
No questions.
You may step down.
Defense calls Olivia Hernandez Martinez.
You so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed. And you're welcome to take off your mask. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Olivia. Could you please tell the court your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Mi nombre es Olivia Hernández.
My name is Olivia Hernandez. Do I have to spell it out?
Is it spelled Olivia?
O-L-E-A, ¿Así se debe? Sí. Sí. Yes, yes.
And is Hernandez spelled Hernandez?
Hernandez. Yes.
Thank you. How are you related
Jesus.
to Tomas?
Tomás es mi esposo.
Thomas is my husband.
How long have you been married?
35 años de casados.
35 years married.
All the witnesses that came before that I called, those were all your kids?
Todos los que vivieron visitar a todos son sus
Son mis hijos todos.
All of them are my children.
And Yesenia is here, she didn't testify, is that right?
No,
Pero es mi hijo.
but she's my daughter.
Where did you meet Tomas?
Tomás lo conocí en Acapulco.
Tomás, I met him in Acapulco.
Do you remember around what year that was?
Around,
Estábamos en la escuela.
we were still in high school.
Were you married right out of high school?
Entonces, casaron después de la
Nunca niños.
We didn't even finish.
Have you been married about 33 years? Does that sound about right?
Sí.
Yes.
Around what year did you move to the Dallas area?
Well, like, are we talking about years?
Did you move to Dallas around the year 2000, something like that?
Sí.
Yes.
So I guess that I'm just trying to get at, you've been in this area for 20 years or so?
Entonces, lo que estoy tratando de ver es de realizar el equipo superior de Dallas, por menos que
Sí.
Yes, yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about what you and Tomas's life was in Mexico.
Muy feliz.
Very happy.
Trabajando duro para mis hijos.
Working hard to raise my children,
Para darles una buena vida.
to give them a better life, good life.
Sus estudios.
Their studies.
Es buen esposo.
He's a good husband,
Buen abuelo.
good grandfather,
Cariñoso.
loving.
Me ama mucho.
He loves me a lot.
Yo también amo.
And I also do
Quiere a
love him
mis
too.
hijos.
He loves my children.
No hemos dejado de trabajar.
We have not stopped working.
Todo lo mejor.
To give our best
Para los nietos.
from us to the grandkids.
Tengo 15 nietos ya. Uno en camino, pero ya lo cuento.
I already have 15 grandchildren, one more on the way.
Y para mí, Tomás,
I feel that, and to me, for me, Thomas,
me hace falta.
I miss him.
Extraño.
I miss him. I need him.
Es bueno.
He's good,
Buen esposo.
good husband,
Buen padre.
good father.
Vuelvo a repetir.
I
Buen
repeat
abuelo.
again, I repeat against myself, he's a good grandfather.
Yes, Señor.
Yes, sir.
Do people come to Tomas to seek out advice?
Mucha gente me reconoce a buscar ayuda, consejos por parte de él.
Sí.
Yes.
About how to have a happy marriage, for
Acerca
example?
de cómo ser una familia feliz.
Así es, Señor.
Casada. Yes, sir. Lisa.
How to be a good father?
Y cómo ser un buen papá. What do you mean by that?
For example, your son-in-law Abdon has sought advice from Tomas in the past, hasn't
I didn't hear you the first part.
he? Your son-in-law Abdon?
Oh, sí. Él es,
Oh, yes.
él es mi yerno.
Yes, he's my son-in-law.
A pesar de que Tomás trabajaba mucho,
Even though that Tomas was working too much,
había tiempos libres.
there were free times to do that.
Nos conformábamos en que sea como una tarde, una mañana para platicar todos.
We one afternoon or one morning was just enough for us to gather around and talk.
Platicaba con los yernos en que hacía 20 minutos, 30 minutos.
Even though it was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, he would still have find time to talk to his son-in-laws or daughter-in-laws.
Él quiere a sus yernos como si fueran sus hijos.
He loves his son-in-laws, daughter-in-laws, he loves them so much, like if they were his own.
Tell me what Tomas likes to do for fun.
Una cosa es así como pasar un buen tiempo, me alegre, y así es.
Pues ya me decía, vamos a hacer algo de comer.
Well, he would say something like this, like, let's fix something to eat.
Nos íbamos a la casa de mi hija, la más grande,
We would go to my oldest daughter's
a la
house,
tercera hija que vive en Garland.
my third daughter that she lives in Garland,
Y así
and so
nos sentíamos bien
we would feel just fine
de
like
estar con
that,
ellos.
to be with them.
Nos conformábamos, como le vuelvo a repetir, con una tarde.
Like I said, just one afternoon spending it with them, it was just enough.
O a veces Tomás me decía,
Sometimes Tomas would say to me,
salía de trabajar a las 10 y me decía, vamos allá con mi hija, vamos acá a ver. Nos poníamos a ver una película.
he would leave, get home, go to the house, come from work like about 10, and he says, let's watch a movie, let's go to my daughter's house, and this and that.
Me gustaba porque siempre era atento con mis hijos. Y eso que
I liked that from him because he was always there, attentive, there with my children.
Olivia, on June 14th of 2021, the day of the incident that brings us here today, Tomas had been with his family, correct?
I'm sorry.
Tomas had been with his family
Tomas
that day.
ha estado con la familia, ¿verdad? Yes.
Were you with him in the park at the soccer match?
¿Estaba usted en el parque allá en la partida del pueblo de fútbol?
sí.
Yes.
Did you get there before Thomas?
Usted llegó allá. Before.
Why were you there before him?
¿Por qué usted llegó allá antes que él?
Porque él salió de trabajar tarde.
Because he got off from work too late.
Had he also worked the night before?
Y él también era
Sí,
Yes,
señor.
sir.
What time did you guys get to the park?
¿A qué hora llegaron ustedes?
Yo llegué como a las 5 de la tarde.
I arrived around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
What time did Tomas get there?
I'm sorry.
What time did Tomas get there?
¿A qué hora llegó Tomás?
Como a las 6:30.
Like 6:30.
Did you have other family members there too?
¿También hay otro miembro de la familia también?
Ah,
¿Hay otro miembro de la familia también?
sí, mi hija.
Pardon me, yes, my daughter.
Which daughter?
Olivia. Jennifer.
Did she have any of her kids there?
¿Ella tenía hijos allí?
Sí.
Yes.
So is this something you would typically do as a family, go see some soccer or something?
Entonces eso es algo que de la familia hacían compartían ahí los fines de semana con los juegos.
Sí, con los juegos.
Yes, with the
Tomás le gusta jugar
with,
mucho.
with the games. Tomás he enjoys, he likes to play soccer a lot.
And was there food and beer?
Y había comida, cerveza.
Sí, porque yo siempre he sido de las personas que hago agua fresca o tortas y les regalo a
Yes,
los jugadores.
because I am the one that brings and prepares all the aguas frescas, which is like a soda drink, juicy drink, and also meals and food for everybody at the game.
So Tomas hadn't been out in a bar drinking, he was with his family in the park?
No, no, no.
You've also come to understand that we're here because of a decision that Tomas made, correct?
Yes.
With that in mind, is there something that you would like to say to Mr. Villatoro's family and the people that love him that are here?
Sí,
Yes.
familia Villatoro,
Villatoro family,
les pido perdón,
I'm asking you for forgiveness.
que Dios
That God
les dé esa fortaleza
give you the strength
y esa paz en su corazón.
and that peace within your heart.
Y les pido
I'm begging you
por parte de mi esposo
cosas
On
que no
behalf of my-
perdonen algún día.
On behalf of my husband, please forgive him one day.
Familia Villatoro,
Villatoro family.
perdón, perdón, les pido perdón.
Pardon, pardon, I beg you, forgiveness, please.
Perdón. Que Dios les dé paz en su corazón y perdonen algún día a mi esposa.
God, please, you can find it within your heart, and also to please God that you also much have your heart to forgive my husband.
Perdón, les pido. Perdón.
I do ask you for forgiveness, pardon.
Thank you, Olivia. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hernandez?
Just a few questions, Judge.
Una poquita pregunta para ti, de la parte de la fiscalía.
Ms. Hernandez,
Sir Hernandez.
you're able to look and see your husband here in the courtroom today, aren't you?
Tú puedes ser capaz de mirar a la esposa de aquí en el tribunal de aquí, ¿verdad? Usted ha sido capaz de ver a la esposa de usted aquí en la sala del tribunal, ¿verdad? Yes?
You've been able to talk to him on the phone while he's been in jail, is that right?
Está en el caso, usted ha sido capaz de hablar con él por teléfono, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes?
And you spoke about how life was, but there is a future because he is still alive, is that right?
Hemos hablado con él por la vida, pero todavía hay un futuro porque todavía está vivo. O sea, todavía puedo hablar con él.
Claro que sí.
Y acerca de la vida y el futuro. Of course, yes.
And you say, of course, because you're very aware that there is another loving father,
Sabe usted que yo tengo padre, amoroso,
husband,
esposo,
grandfather,
abuelo,
who isn't here anymore.
que ya aquí no está más.
Sí.
Yes.
And you spoke about how your husband helped people, right?
Yes.
Sometimes things that he had no involvement in, he would come to people's aid out of his way to help them.
Yes.
You talked about a soccer game. How often would these types of games where food and drinks, how often would those occur?
No, es un tiempo nada más y es cada semana.
No, there was just one time, and it will be like once a week.
So once a week, your husband and family would go play soccer at the park. No, not like that.
Tomás fue esa vez nada más, porque no.
Tomás, he just went there one time.
Tomás pidió permiso.
Because Tomás had to ask permission for work.
So you talked about bringing food and drinks to this event.
Algo de tomar y también comida a este evento.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
Siempre, pues, a veces decimos personas, ¿tú qué vas a traer?
Because always, like for example, like some people will say, what are you going to bring to the event?
And were these always at the park or were sometimes at other people's houses in the family?
Eso era importante con el padre, si no había un evento que sucedía así
Sí.
en la casa de mi. Yes.
And how often would you and your family and your husband Tomas get together?
Y que tan frecuente entonces, el señor Tomás entonces
No, ese día nada más fue, porque los eventos a veces se trabajaba y no podía ir, necesitaba ir yo a dejar la ayuda.
No, what would happen was this, is that that day he just went there, but usually he would not go there. You see, he would, I would have to go there, me personally, so that I could take all the stuff to that kind of events.
You said your husband likes to play soccer, right?
Yes.
And so June 14th, that night, where you just told us about bringing food and drinks, he played soccer with family and friends, is that right?
Entonces, la persona muy importante llevó bebidas y llevó comida para la gente que estaba ahí en la.
Sí, ese día fue un convivio.
Yes, that day it was just like a gathering to
Okay.
share.
And who brought the beer?
¿Quién trajo la cerveza?
No, yo tengo agua fresca.
What do you mean by beer? No, I took over there was just juicy drinks, like juice.
So there was no alcohol at that gathering?
En esa reunión no había cerveza.
No.
No.
Ahí
No.
se preparan en vitroleros de agua.
No, what you do is that you fix all these sweet drinks and it's in a big container, it looks like a big glass jar.
Do you know whether your husband drinks beer or not?
¿Sabe usted si le puso usted sin cerveza? ¿Sabe usted? I'm sorry, I went too fast for her. ¿Sabe usted si le puso usted una cerveza?
Pues, ¿qué le voy a decir?
Well, what can I say?
You can answer the question.
¿Puede responder? Yes.
And how often does he drink?
¿Qué tan frecuente toma?
No, pues, él nomás
No.
en la casa porque
He
pues,
only
él
drinks
trabajaba
Yeah.
todo el día.
He only drinks at home because, you know, we work all day long.
And when he drinks at home, how often does he drink?
Y cuando estaba en la casa, ¿qué tan frecuente tomaba?
Pues no, él se pasaba pues viendo películas,
No.
nos poníamos a ver películas.
He
pues,
would just pass time, spend the time like watching movies. That's it, only.
So he never drinks when he's not at home.
Entonces, nunca tomaba como está en la casa. Once in a while.
Did you see him drinking the night he got into a car crash and killed another
Yo
individual?
lo vi a él tomando esa noche cuando él mató a otra persona. No,
no.
no.
What time did you leave the park that night?
¿A qué hora se fue usted del parque esa noche? Ese día.
Yo me fui como a las
I left around
9:30.
9:30.
And how'd you get home?
¿Cómo fue que te llegó a la casa? ¿Cómo fue que usted llegó a la casa?
Yo tengo mi carro.
Because I have my own car.
And does Tomas have his own car?
Y Tomás tiene el carro.
Sí.
Yes.
Where was Tomas when you left?
¿Dónde estaba Tomás cuando usted se fue?
Tomás se quedó ahí.
Tomás, he stayed there.
And who did he stay there with?
¿Con quién se quedó?
Pues estaban sus amigos platicando.
Well, he was there with his friends, and he was just talking to them.
And so, how many friends were still there when you left at 9:30?
Cuando usted se fue de la mayoría de tanta gente tenía
Sí, había mucha gente.
Yes, there were lots of people there still.
And at that point, had you been around your husband and seen what he had been eating and drinking?
Y en ese momento, en ese entonces, pues, estaba alrededor del esposo de usted para saber que tanto había tomado como había comido.
Sí, sí, él comió comida.
Yes, he ate some food. He did.
Sí.
Did he have any alcohol?
Tomó alcohol.
No, porque él andaba jugando con mi nietecita.
No, because he was playing
Andaba
around.
jugando casi toda la tarde, jugó con ella, toda la tarde jugó.
He was playing with my little granddaughter all afternoon. She and him, they spent the whole afternoon playing around over there.
Sí.
Yes.
I thought you said he was working until 6 something.
Yo pienso que usted dijo que el día de a las 6 algo todavía está trabajando.
Sí, él llegó a las 6:30.
Yes, he arrived there about 6:30.
Salió tarde de trabajar.
¿Cómo?
Sí, a las 6:30.
¿Salió qué?
Ya tarde de trabajar.
He got off late from work.
And did you see any alcohol or any beer at the park that night?
Vio que como por una clase de cerveza ahí en el parque San José.
No,
No.
ahí no se usa cerveza.
No, right there, beer is not used.
Do you know whether your husband carries around a cooler with beer in it?
¿Sabe usted si el esposo de usted lleva conmigo una neverita y lleva una cerveza?
Ya, ¿quiere?
The cooler?
Yes.
Sí.
¿Qué hace llenero que no, yo no vi?
Well, he would bring his cooler, but I did not see on that day.
Because you said that he had come straight from work to the park, right?
Le dice que derechito al trabajo se fue al parque.
Sí.
Yes,
Sí.
yes.
Why would in his truck, there'd be a cooler full of beer if he's coming right from work.
Ahora, si él viene del trabajo, de aquí tu trabajo, también la troca de él, me encontró todas esas cervezas, esa hielera también. Well, what do you mean by that?
You told us he came straight from work to the park, is that right?
Usted no dijo que él de aquí tu trabajo se tenía parque, ¿verdad? Sí. Yes.
And that's your cooler, is it not?
Pero esa es la hielera, ¿verdad? Well, I don't know.
Do you know whether, I'm telling you, it was found, it came out of your husband's truck?
Le estoy diciendo, esa es la hielera que encontraron adentro de la troca de tu esposo. Oh.
Actually, Judge, I'm going to object to that. I don't think there was any evidence that it came out of his truck. It was found laying there on the road. It could have come from the other truck.
Mr. Anastas?
I'll let the evidence speak for itself, Judge. And up until 9:30, you never saw your husband drink any alcohol and never saw any alcohol at that park. Is that what you're telling the court today?
No.
Le digo que mi esposo estaba jugando con mi nieta. Yo lo vi jugando toda la tarde con mi nieta.
I told you already that I saw him, that he was playing around and he was with my granddaughter up and down the whole afternoon, the whole night.
And at no point you saw him drink alcohol?
In the moment, no, I did not.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you left at 9:30?
This is for the 9:30.
Sí.
Yes.
And there were other family members who were there as well.
Y también hay un otro miembro de mi familia.
Mi hija no se fue, a la hora que yo me vine se fue mi hija.
When I arrived, my daughter was leaving
Tenía que llevar la niña a dormir.
because she had to take her daughter to go to sleep.
But there would be plenty of people who would be more than welcome to drive your husband home if you needed a ride, is that right?
Había muchas personas, mucha gente de familia para ayudar al esposo de usted a llevarse a el parque y llevarse a la casa de manejado. No, what do you mean by that?
Well, you told us seconds ago that there were other friends who were at the park, lots of them.
Que había muchos amistades, muchos amigos y en el parque.
Pero que mi esposo estaba bien.
Yes, but my husband, he was assuming that he was doing fine.
Right, and those other people, they had cars there as well, right?
Yes.
And so if your husband needed a ride home, he could very easily just ask one of these several people you just told us about.
Well, yes, you see, they live so close by from there.
And does your husband have a cell phone?
Yes.
He could have called you and said, Olivia, I just drank 6 beers after you left. Can I have a ride home? And you probably would have gone and picked him up, right?
Yes.
We have no further questions.
No further questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Judge, I need a minute with my client and the interpreter, please.
Yes.
Tomás. Tomás. Tomás.
Sorry.
Yes, Judge, I'm ready.
Okay, we are back on the record, counsel, after having a brief break with your client. Would you wish to proceed forward?
Judge, at this time, the defense rests.
Okay. So at this time, both sides having rested, the state, did you close?
Yes, Judge, state closes.
Defense, did you close?
Close, Your Honor.
All right. So who would like to start closing summation first?
Judge, state will waive opening, reserve our right.
Okay, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, June 14th, 2021 was undoubtedly a tragic day. And you heard the testimony of Mr. Paredes' family. That heart goes out to the family of the Viatores. You've heard them all say that they understand that this was the responsibility of Mr. Paredes and nobody else. Mr. Paredes explained to the officers that he'd been drinking, came before the court, pled guilty. So all that's left, Judge, is for you to pronounce the sentence. Your Honor, in the court system, I've found that justice and mercy follow parallel tracks and seldom do they intertwine. But there are cases, Judge, where I believe they come closer together and sometimes may even touch upon each other. And I believe this to be one of those cases, Judge. Mr. Paredes is a 56-year-old man. He lived an absolutely good and honorable life. He was married to his wife Olivia for 33 years, still married. He raised 5 daughters and a son. Got a stepson sitting back here. He's got more of those too. He's got 13 grandchildren. There's no evidence that he'd ever been arrested, never been in trouble, no previous DWIs, no public intox. He met his wife and daughter and granddaughter at a park after work. Played some soccer, had some food, had some beers, and he overdid it. He overdid it, and he made a choice that he should not have made. We all know that. And he chose to drive. And a result of that, Mr. Viatore was killed. The blood alcohol content in this case is a 0.148. Clearly over the limit of 0.08. But as the court has probably seen, not at a level that is often associated with these types of cases, and even DWIs. That's why we have a separate statute for above a 0.15. Mr. Paredes was more or less wandering around in days after this happened. The state initially tried to make it an issue out of how far away he was found, but the trooper said no, he wasn't trying to get away. He didn't try to get away. He hasn't tried to run away from this. He came before the court today and he pled guilty. There is no excusing Mr. Paredes' behavior on June 14, 2021. There is no excuse for him to get behind the wheel of that car and drive. And as we see in our society so many times, the result is foreseeable. And by all indications, a very good man lost his life that night. A very good man. I'm struck by the similarities between Mr. Viatore's and Mr. Paredes' lives, both being immigrants, both raising big families that love them. As Mr. Paredes is proud of his family, I'm sure Mr. be those things equally proud. Judge, in this case, I believe these two paths, justice and mercy, approach each other in this case. We would respectfully ask the court to consider probation in this matter, however, with a full understanding that that may be a tough sell. But the legislature has given a range of punishment on this case, 2 to 20. That's a big range. And I have to believe that the reason they did that was because each and every one of these cases are different. They stand on their own merits. We have here the defendant, Mr. Paredes. No prior convictions, no alcohol-related offenses. He's the kind of person that the legislature intended to be on the lower end of the punishment scale on this. Because of the exemplary life he's led until June 14th, 2021, I do believe that those two paths converge in this case, Your Honor. And we're requesting that the court administer merciful justice. And if probation is certainly not appropriate, we ask the court to sentence Mr. Paredes for what he's done, somewhere on the low end of the scale of that range between 2 to 20. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Now, please, the court, counsel. Judge, I think that probation can go out the window when the court reviews the ATRS evaluation and Mr. Paredes Alvarado denies he has a substance abuse problem, stating he has learned his lesson. He expressed no desire to attend substance abuse treatment. I think those words alone do away with consideration of probation and are quite insensitive when you consider the consequence of his multiple choices, which ultimately took the life of these people's family, this loved one, Jose Villatoro. Judge, we could have called each one of these individuals, family members, to speak on behalf of the type of person Mr. Villatoro was. I think the court heard 16, 17-year-old came to the United States, worked with goals of a future with his wife, his family, a husband, a father, a grandfather, getting to the stage of his life where he and his wife could enjoy retirement. And that was taken away. Defense counsel talks about the similarities between the defendant and the victim and how those two paths came together. That's the worst thing that this family's ever had to go through, was when this man came into Jose Villatoro's life. And of course, the defendant's families come up and spoke on behalf of him, who he was as a person, how he helped others. He went out of his way to help others. The one night he had an opportunity to help someone that he put in a situation of danger, harm, right? As Jose Villatoro is dying, Tomas Paredes is walking down the highway. That's a man who lives a life of helping others. Because that night there are choices to be made. And ultimately there are consequences for our choices. They're unfortunate and they're sad for the families all involved. But someone's life is lost. Someone who had a life that they were looking forward to living. A lot of what Mr. Paredes Alvarado, it was spoken in past tense. Like, he's not here anymore, but he is. He's here. His family gets to see him. If he goes to the penitentiary, he's going to be out one day. This family, they don't get that. They don't have that because of the defendant's choices. I don't know if you heard exactly what happened that night when the defendant drank at least 6 beers. His wife obviously wants to say that by 9:30 at night he had 0. So at some point, we know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Other people could have driven him home. He could have called his wife. All of those choices. A six-pack and drive home? You're putting everyone's life at risk. He did. And he took another life. He may have done things perfect in his life prior to that. But the night in question, he didn't. And it's not one choice. It's multiple choices and the opportunities he had. You heard a lot about the life he's lived. Well, he has a life to live. Jose Villatoro doesn't. And his family's here looking for justice. They deserve justice because ultimately there are consequences to criminal actions. Whether you're reckless, whether you're intentional, right? There are legal consequences to making mistakes. Mistakes rise to the level of criminal responsibility. This is one. These are multiple choices by this defendant. And regardless of the life he has lived prior to this, he needs and deserves to be punished for justice for taking a man who has lived a good life, a man who celebrated living life the right way. The photograph of Mr. Villatoro with his U.S. citizenship. You heard from the family how important it was to live life the right way. It's exactly what he did. Again, the statement, denied having a substance abuse problem and learned his lesson in quotes. Judge, I think this case is no less than 10 years in the penitentiary. Thank you.
Well, I have heard from all sides. What I would ask now is you collect up all of the exhibits. I would like to take a recess so that I can review all of the exhibits from all parties. And then I'll return with my verdict after having the opportunity to review all of the evidence. So we are back on the record in cause number F2149255, South State of Texas versus Thomas Perez Alvarado, and the offense is intoxication, manslaughter of the vehicle. After reviewing all of the evidence and the testimony that was heard live here in court, I will have to say it amazes me how Mr. Perez Alvarado was able to even walk away from this accident. I would say that was amazing. I will have to go further to say that there were several people who, testified and stated that he was a great person, and I agree with the prosecutor. They were speaking in past tense as if he were not here, but he is definitely here today. Some things that stood out that I just wanted to make clear to everyone. I did have the opportunity to read all 27 letters. And of the 27 letters, I pulled out 6 of them that I believe kind of told the whole story. If I look at defense exhibit number 4, it said, this is from Mrs. Benito. It says he has always been supportive in events, and he always found a way to help whoever who was in need. If I look at defense exhibit number 7, this is from Mrs. Ana Ramirez. Says Mr. Perez Alvarado is a person with very good intentions, a person who always helps others whenever needed. We look at defense exhibit number 13. This is from Mrs. Marta Navarro Alvarado, who states he has always helped his neighbors and his community, helps anyone who is in need. I have always witnessed him being there for others. We look at defense exhibit number 16. This is from Blanca Navarro Alvarado, who stated he has always been attentive to help and support others in need. Defense exhibit number 25. This is from Mrs. Nunez, and it says, I've known him to be of good intentions, who helped those who are in need. And then we have defense exhibit number 26, and this one is from Norma. And Norma stated, I've always known him to be hardworking and a responsible person. Mr. Judge, I hope in God that you give him a second chance. Well, when I looked at all those, what stood out to me after looking and reviewing everything is the fact that on this date, which is June 14th of 2021, who really needed help that day was our victim. And I do not see at one point when I went back and looked at all of the footage, looked at all the still photos, not one time did I see Mr. Perez Alvarado go to the aid of Jose Villatoro. I didn't see it. So to hear all the family that came up and to read all 27 letters of the good character and morals of this person, it was not viewed on that day. And more specifically, what causes the court concern is looking back at all the videos and the photos to see that there was liquid on the shirt, but more importantly, to see that there was a spray of whatever it was in the car. Now, we heard the officer testify that it was an alcoholic beverage because he could smell it. So this indicates to me that there were open containers in the car. So, hearing and knowing all of that, I will say that, lastly, looking at the videos, what causes the court the most concern is the number of people that were on the road that night. The fact that the construction crew was out there. So, with all that being said, community safety is very important. So, Mr. Perez Alvarado, I find that you entered your plea of guilty. I find you were competent to enter that plea of guilty. I find that you entered that plea freely and voluntarily. Is there any reason in law why your client should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
It will be the order, judgment, and decree of this court that you will be sentenced to 15 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and your sentence will start today. All back time credit will be given and received on this case. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
And that will end the hearing. Thank everyone who appeared and came forward today. Melissa, you're off the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Just, may we break?
Yes.